guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Mark Kelly is defending a video urging troops to disobey illegal orders from President Trump, saying it's needed to push back. The Arizona Democrat appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Is we reiterated what basically is the rule of law, that members of the military should not, cannot follow illegal orders.
Trump slammed the lawmakers as committing high-level sedition and said they should be in jail, while Democrats note service members must refuse unlawful orders. Israel says their warplanes took out a senior Hezbollah leader in a weekend airstrike in Lebanon.
The IDF attacked the Hezbollah chief of staff in the heart of Beirut, who led the strengthening and arming of the terrorist organization.
According to the Lebanese health ministry, 5 people were killed and more than 24 others injured in the attack. Israel has warned it will step up military action in Lebanon and Gaza unless there's more progress on disarmament under the U.S.-led ceasefire agreement. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Alan Dershowitz told Newsmax the growing political frenzy over the newly sought Epstein documents is turning into a new McCarthyism.
This is the same as what Joseph McCarthy did in the 1950s. He would hold up a piece of paper and say, I have a list of names of communists.
He warned accusations are outpacing evidence and said selective leaks could distort the truth. Dershowitz urged full transparency, adding he's seen no proof implicating anyone beyond Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and even said high-profile figures deserve due process. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says U.S. negotiators made major progress on a draft plan to end the war in Ukraine following a full day of talks in Geneva. Rubio calls it the most productive session yet, saying only a few key issues remain and none are insurmountable. Ukraine's President Zelensky says Trump's team is finally hearing Kiev, and both sides hope to reach a deal soon, though Russia will ultimately have to sign off. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A Washington State man is believed to be the first person in the U.S. to die from a rare strain of bird flu.
He was an older man with underlying medical conditions who is being treated for H5N5 avian flu since early November. State health officials say he had a backyard domestic poultry flock 75 miles southwest of Seattle that was exposed to infected wild birds, leading to his deadly illness. The man's symptoms included high fever, trouble breathing, and confusion. Health officials say the risk to the public is low. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene is denying reports that she's eyeing a 2028 presidential run. Greene posted on X saying she never wanted to run and blasted the idea as exhausting and pointless. Her break with President Trump sparked the speculation. She insists that she's not motivated by titles or a presidential bid. A gold pocket watch that survived the sinking of the Titanic is sold for more than $2.3 million at auction.
The 18-karat Jules Jurgensen watch carried by first-class passenger Isidore Strauss sold for the record-breaking price in England on Saturday. The watch was recovered from his body after the ship sank on its maiden voyage in April 1912. Strauss and his wife Ida were depicted in the 1997 film Titanic as the couple who refused to separate in their final moments and perished in the disaster that claimed 1,500 lives. I'm Lisa Carton.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
world. Well, can it be? Is it truly Monday already? Now, looks like it is. Ready or not, we'll close out the weekend. A new week coming our way. Now, for a lot of folks, They'll be off all week. Thanksgiving week is upon us. Here it is. So, short work week for many. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will be live here for your Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning pleasure. Then millions will be sitting back, eating like a pig, celebrating Thanksgiving Day. So indeed, it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A little cool outside the secret bunker. Looking at 34 degrees this hour. Just a couple of ticks above the freezing mark here in southwest Ohio. But get ready, record-breaking numbers of travelers about to hit the road and head to the airports. AAA says 81.8 million will be traveling. Now, between Tuesday and Monday of next week, 1 week from today, December 1st. That's up like 1.6 million from a year ago. These are all-time record-breaking numbers, according to AAA. At least 73 million. That's like 90% of all those travelers are going to travel by car. That's 1.3 million more people on the road compared to last year. Yet the Tuesday and Wednesday of this week before Thanksgiving, that's when we're going to see the most congestion out there. Of course, the Sunday after Thanksgiving, everybody trying to get home about the same time. Thanksgiving travel numbers are always impressive because this holiday has kind of become synonymous with heading out of town to spend time with loved ones, according to AAA. People are willing to brave the crowds and make last-minute adjustments to plans to make lifelong memories, whether it's visiting extended family, meeting up with friends. Between 2019 and 23, 35% of holiday season drunk driving crashes occur during the Thanksgiving holiday period. Please be aware. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration urging travelers, plan ahead, use caution. Of course, those travel plans can always, in some cases, be dramatically impacted by Mother Nature. So we start the week off with a look at our Thanksgiving week travelers' weather, which is going to be pretty active. This is a cross-country storm that's going to throw a wrench into many travel plans for millions over the coming days as this system moves east, spreading some disruptive precipitation thunderstorms across parts of the central, southern, and eastern USA. That obviously raises the risk of weather-related delays during one of the busiest travel times of the year. Through the past day, Sunday, closing out the weekend, this developing storm was bringing some heavy rain and mountain snow to parts of New Mexico and Colorado. Rain will be the biggest issue for travelers overnight tonight, say from Albuquerque, New Mexico, Flagstaff, Arizona. Most of any snowfall will be limited to the higher elevations. Denver, you saw a bit of rain this past evening. What I see on the radar right now is the rain's just a bit east of Denver. By later today, Monday, here we go, the storm shifts into the midsection of the country. Downpours stretching from Iowa to Texas. Heaviest rain forecast to focus along the I-30 corridor, stretching from Dallas northeastward to Little Rock, Arkansas. Gusty thunderstorms are possible in those areas Monday afternoon. We could see some ground travel delays, some flight disruptions from Austin to Dallas to Little Rock. While the rainy, stormy weather plagues travelers across the southern plains, those closer to the Canadian border and the Great Lakes will be contending with some snow for a couple of days as a separate storm moves to the east, beginning Monday afternoon, continuing then through Wednesday. Forecasters are predicting significant snow over a swath of North Dakota, portions of Minnesota, about the northern half, the UP of Michigan. Lighter accumulations further to the south and west. That's going to slow down travel. It's even going to be dangerous for a period of time. Stormy conditions Tuesday. The storm expands into the Mississippi Valley and the Midwest, bringing a swath of showers and thunderstorms into the Mississippi Valley. Best chance for severe weather will be in the south central and southeastern states. Further north, as the storm lifts into the Midwest and Ohio Valley, probably talking some widespread rainfall, major airport hubs, including Chicago, Nashville, St. Louis, Minneapolis, even Houston, facing the potential for delays or cancellations, while the snow continues across the Dakotas, northern Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, and parts of Michigan. By midweek, here comes the big travel day, Wednesday. That colder air is going to surge southward from the Canadian prairies. That's going to trigger some accumulating snow across parts of the northwestern Rockies, locations in Montana, Wyoming, Colorado. May experience snow combined with gusty winds. In the Great Lakes, the advancing cold air leads to a mix of rain and snow. Cities like Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, extending further east as Buffalo and the eastern Great Lakes. That precipitation may coincide with the high volume of airport and road traffic ahead of Thanksgiving, so definitely prepare for some weather-related disruptions. In addition to the wintry mix, gusty winds may be wreaking havoc on travelers, especially over some of the higher bridges and at airports in the Great Lakes region come Wednesday. How about Thanksgiving Day? Well, Thanksgiving Day, the atmospheric river will be dousing the Pacific Northwest. Lake effect snows continue to blanket the Great Lakes region. Now, we'll take a look coming up. How are we looking for the Thanksgiving Day parade? New York City weather. There may be a break in between systems in time for the parade to be squeezed in there. It's going to be a tough call, though. Again, we'll break that down for you ahead. But welcome into a Monday. Hello, Philly Dan. Yes, it is that time. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Well, congratulations to the Cowboys. They beat my Eagles. Eagles, they gave up a huge lead this past evening. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. The midnight hour. The greatest day of the week is upon us. Steve is in the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Throwing the breakers. The FR3 antenna is up. Yes, the stick shit eliminator power mic on. All right, the picks are in. The games are over. Who came out on top this week? Was it the prognosticator of prognosticators or the grumpy old grump? Stay tuned. We will find out in short order indeed. Are you with me? Good afternoon. Larry, hammer down 43 degrees at the New York-New Jersey state line as we head over to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. And then we'll head back to Wilmington, Delaware as we reload for a Tuesday. Hello to Michael, who says the fog pretty thick here in Georgetown, Kentucky tonight. Yeah, I did not mention, did I? We've got dense fog advisories in a broad area stretching through the heart of Iowa, a good portion, the eastern two-thirds of Missouri, northeast Arkansas, western Tennessee, about the western two-thirds of Kentucky, southern Indiana. That's a large area of dense fog advisories tonight. So slow down, be careful out there. Well, Tank gets the week started. Good morning, Steve and the gang. Happy Monday. 51 degrees, Stanton, Tennessee. Let's get these few days over with the yet back to eat some turkey. We're heading on down to Memphis to get us set. We will be heading out to Banning. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. All right, you're going to have to drive extra fast to get there and back this week, aren't you, Tank? How do you do that? Hello, Todd. Good morning from Columbus, Indiana. Making my final drop of fuel for the night, keeping those tanks full for all the travelers this week. Hope everybody has a safe week out there on the roadways. There's another Michael who says, Happy Monday. Well, just checking in quick. It's been kind of slow around here. Today's actually my Friday. Should be done by about 4 o'clock a.m. Got lots of delays at the unload racks tonight. But greetings from Carroll and Harrison counties in the Brown Eye. 35 degrees, clear skies. Crude is kind of slow the last few weeks. But we're still trucking. All right, Bill, good morning. Just like that, the weekend's over. Morning, Steve, and everyone out there. 34 clear in Horicon, Wisconsin. Looking forward to the short work week. I see there's a CDL scam in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The people taking the CDL tests were hiding Bluetooth headphones under their turbans. Somebody was reading the answers to people taking those CDL tests. Well, Channel 12 News in Milwaukee shared the story there. All right, drivers, have a great night. Be safe out there. It's not surprising. We got a lot to cover here as we get the new week underway. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Peter Schwartz, good morning from Miles City, Montana. We're headed for Portland for Wednesday morning, 37 degrees. Yes, they tell us the snow's getting ready to fall this week. Hello to Kentucky Ken. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew, Steve Sommers. Hope everyone has a wonderful Thanksgiving. Prayers for all from Kentucky Ken. I hope you're doing well there, Ken. You've been in the recovery mode. Maybe if you get a chance, you can give us an update. All right, John Ferguson, sleepy in the bunk in Morgantown, West Virginia tonight. 37 degrees. I'm thankful for this warm bed. Got 3 deliveries for Monday. Then we'll reload back. Then it's time for some well-deserved time off. Good night, all. Stay blessed. All right. Well, you almost said one day closer, but no, it is not one day closer.
I know. I kind of surprised myself there, but it's really the greatest day of the week.
Here we go again.
Once again.
Just like that, yep.
But it's a short week.
Yes.
It's a short week. So I'm guessing you didn't get your Christmas lights done.
That would be a good guess.
I don't feel bad. I didn't either. I had all this. I was gung-ho to get going doing them and just blew the day away. Sitting on the couch, watching football, taking a nap, all that good stuff. It was 80 degrees anyway. It's kind of hot.
Wow. Well, I did try to. I was trying to get the yard cleaned up one last time. All the leaves. I mean, I had to mulch and trying to drain some of the water off the top of the pool cover because we've had a lot of rain out there. So I'm just trying to clean things up. I don't know. I hope we have a few days of warm weather ahead of us. I'm seeing some of these models saying like week number 2 in December, maybe, a big-time Arctic blast. Yeah, they're saying this may rival some of the coldest air we've seen since the 1980s. I hope that's not the case, but...
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that won't be for me, will it?
Well,
down here in Clearwater?
Some of the cold, they say, is going to sink deep into the south. I don't know how deep that means, but I think they're saying some of the chilly air is going to be way down south even.
Right, because it's been dry. We haven't had rain in I don't know how long, and I'm not seeing any in the real near future either.
Mm-hmm.
But so did you hear the big news in the drag racing world?
I can't say that I have. What is it?
Austin Prock, he was the champion this year. They didn't run their last event. It was rained out, so he was declared the champion. And he was the champion last year, so as a rookie driving for John Force Racing. And it's rumored that him and his whole family is leaving John Force Racing. His dad is the crew chief, and his brother works on the car or tunes it or something. It's like all 3 of them are leaving. It's rumored for Tasca, but I don't know. Maybe Brain Dead can update us on that.
Yeah.
But to me, it seems like a bombshell.
Wow.
I mean, back-to-back champions, and he's leaving John Force Racing. The kid's good. He's really good, but I don't know. It's kind of like, should you dance with the one that brought you? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
I don't know.
And of course, we had was it Brittany or Ashley Force, the one that has now officially retired at the end of this year?
Brittany retired.
Okay.
Ashley quit driving a handful of years ago. So she's married to Graham Rahal, the IndyCar driver.
Okay.
Ashley Force is.
Gotcha. So.
And Brittany, I guess, wants to start her family. She's like 39 or something. I'm maybe not that old, but she's getting up there. I guess she's hearing that mama bug.
Right. Okay.
So we'll see what happens. And John Force retired.
Yes.
Last week, I think, when it was. Yeah. So I don't know. A lot going on there. So anyway, I'm looking at 59 degrees at the Georgia-Florida line tonight, headed north on 75. Out my Wolverines. They won. Ohio played a high school team, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we were
5 more days till we find out.
We were out Saturday night, and I mean, as I'm looking at all the different games, I mean, most everything on the screen that night were blowouts. About Notre Dame, what was it, 70-7?
Yeah, they were blowouts.
That was a blowout.
I wonder how they picked on that one. I guess we'll find out in a couple of minutes, won't we?
They both picked Notre Dame to win that one. I don't think anybody saw that kind of a blowout coming, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, I guess I don't have much else left, except for 5 shout-out to Knucklebuster and Donut Man, and go Wolverines. I appreciate you taking my call.
All right, thanks for checking in there, Cap and Ron, as we, I guess it's the greatest day of the week. What the hey? Yeah, we'll give you more details, though. I mean, I've seen forecasters looking at the longer models, but they tell us the weeks after Thanksgiving night might just be a tease for some intense Arctic cold arriving further into the month of December. Big time cold, according to the models. All right, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Mark Kelly is defending a video urging troops to disobey illegal orders from President Trump, saying it's needed to push back. The Arizona Democrat appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Is we reiterated what basically is the rule of law, that members of the military cannot follow illegal orders.
Trump slammed the lawmakers as committing high-level sedition and said they should be in jail, while Democrats note service members must refuse unlawful orders. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says U.S. negotiators made major progress on a draft plan to end the war in Ukraine following a full day of talks in Geneva. Rubio calls it the most productive session yet, saying only a few key issues remain and none are insurmountable. Ukraine's President Zelensky says Trump's team is finally hearing Kiev, and both sides hope to reach a deal soon, though Russia will ultimately have to sign off. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At Tell, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tell at 864-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your
Fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. All righty, trust you had a good weekend. They go by way too fast, don't they? But many are looking forward to the extended holiday weekend just around the corner here. I tell you what, before we get to the prognosticator and the analyst, let me say hello to Trey. Good morning. How was your weekend?
Good morning. This is Buster.
Oh, Buster.
Steve?
My apologies. Hello, Buster. How was your weekend?
Well, it's blessed. I'm in Nashville. I thought about be the first caller tonight. So that's the reason I called right there 5 minutes, at midnight. But Captain Run got me again, so that's good. This past week we had that Lone Star new caller, and today I did download that app, USA Radio. I was impressed. Even the chance of pulling up podcasts. I haven't pulled up anything yet, but the days of going to our national parks and find some really good public radio stations of rock and roll, bluegrass, Americana.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll make sure we write down the call letters for that. Secondly, I'd like to wish all our callers, Hall of Fame callers, happy Thanksgiving. I was just thinking about Ranger and Monkey Gouger, and want to make sure that I'm not missed out on our Knuckle Buster and make sure he's okay. This is going to be a holiday. Then a Rambler, holidays can be tough, and this is the first one of 3, so I wish everybody the very best. And
right.
Steve, hope to talk to you soon. I know you probably pushed the wrong button, but I'm glad I got and also I want to say hello to Mark Smith from Iowa. He's supposed to call you this evening and listening right now on his little flip phone, and he will not pick up the phone when he gets to his turn, but he can't listen to your show. And by the way, is our website is there a list of the celestial radio stations that I can find that I know you've talked many times about 4 or 5 different stations in Denver, Salt Lake, and places.
Right.
Is it listed on the website?
Honestly, I don't know the answer to that question. I'll have to, overnightdriveradio.com. I don't go there a whole lot because, it's not like I do any, updates or anything. It's just, But I'll do a
Yeah.
I'll do a check
I just
on
hear you
that.
speak of certain stations. Yeah.
Yeah. Because we got Denver, San Antone, Ely, Nevada. We're out there. Is it Seattle? Seattle. Of course, the voice of the Thumb, the voice of Delmarva, and several others. Yeah, I'll ask Ryan about that next time we have a conversation. But, okay, so we close out another weekend, and, the prognosticator of prognosticators and the analyst, I guess maybe I should apologize out of the box. Big Ed, I apologize. You showed me some love, and Cincinnati let you down.
Oh, I'll tell you what, that turd done been flushed down the toilet, Steve.
Yep.
They are out of contention.
Yep.
And I did try to call you. Now, for some reason, you wasn't accessible. Did you not get my message when I told you that Cincinnati was in the hunt there for a couple of hours anyway?
I got a text message from you, and I think that's, you said something about, Utah losing and Houston losing, but Houston didn't lose, right? Or Utah won. Did they or not?
Right, Houston lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, Houston lost. So it threw. If Cincinnati would have beat BYU, it would have told them that they would gonna. If they beat TCU this weekend, that they would have been playing Texas Tech for Big 12 championship.
Wow.
Unfortunately, now it don't matter. So in that Big 12, then because in the Big 12 you have Texas Tech 7-1, BYU 7-1, and Utah 6-2, and Arizona State 6-2. But they're kind of on the outside looking in. It all depends what BYU does this weekend. But it's looking like it's going to be Texas Tech for one, and then BYU may slip in there and get invited to the playoffs. But that's where Michigan, if they can beat Ohio State, they're going to make the Big Ten kind of confusing too, about like the ACC. Is Grump on there?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm here. Excuse me. Yep.
But anyway, I beat Grump by 1 point this weekend. What was it, 15-4 and 14-5, Grump?
Yep. And I don't think I can catch you either on the next week here, because we'll be pretty damn close on our picks again. So.
Well, we'll just finish it out and for prosperity, and that way I can continue to say that I may not know it all, but I know my football.
Well, there's you got the prognosticator there, Steve. Now, years from now, kids are going to be talking about him in school. It'll be they'll be sitting around a campfire eating s'mores and talking about the prognosticator.
Wow.
But what we're going to do. We're going to end up this week, our picks, and then it's like they're always saying when the bowl season starts, the playoff starts, it's a whole new season. So we're going to finish our picks out. We're not going to pick bowl games, and then we're just going to do the playoff games, and Grump and the second part of the season, he predicted Ohio State's going to win it all. And my own, which I threw my wad in the fire when Penn State went downhill.
Yeah.
So the only thing I can hope is that somebody will beat Ohio State and knock them out of that. No matter what the score is, Grump's going to have that crown and beat me out of it. But when we do our picks, if I can manage to get ahead of him again and we knock Ohio State off, then I'll wear the total crown, that's for sure.
Uh-huh.
Does that make sense?
But it was a good.
It makes sense, but
it makes sense to me.
I'm just thinking, I don't know. Michigan has beat Ohio State. Is it 4 in a row? Surely they can't lose again. No way.
I don't think.
Got their number. Go ahead, Grump.
I don't think Michigan is going to beat them. Watching Michigan play, I mean, I don't know. They can play some damn football now. That's a fact. But when Ohio State, when they're up against the wall, it just seems like their defense and their offense is just playing, just to a T. I mean, they got a powerhouse and on both sides of the ball there, and it just I think that Michigan have a hell of a tough time trying to beating them there, and we was talking earlier about BYU. I wish I've picked BYU several times here, and if every team was as disciplined as BYU is, I tell you what, it'd be a hell of a season there, because their penalties are next to nothing. I mean, I think they had 2 penalties the whole game in Cincinnati. I think that's what they had, but they, that team right there, that should be an example of how to play ball. I mean, the coach gets on their butt when they start doing them damn dances and stuff like that. I mean, so they don't do them. They just don't want to disrespect him. So, they knock off all that end zone crap. How some of that gets out of hand, and the fancy handshakes and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Be humble, and it goes a lot further. And I think they've proven themselves. But I don't know. When just looking at some of the games that, how games were played, I know, Texas A&M, I mean, they just completely demolished Sanford, which, I don't think anybody believed that it'd be anything else, than that. And Big Ed had some good picks, and that 37-52 in Kentucky and Texas, that was really a pretty good game. I mean, it wasn't. Kentucky started falling apart right there in the last half of the third quarter, and then in the fourth quarter. But when you go back for a 2-18, playing a 7-3 team, I thought they did pretty damn good. I mean, they if they get some good coaching and bust loose some money and bring in some more talent on those players, I think Kentucky will be another one of them teams that'll be on the rise there. But Arkansas. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm talking about Arkansas. Hell, I was looking at Kentucky, but Arkansas, with their coaching staff and everything, if they can get it together, I mean, bring some money in there or something and start. I was listening to some of the analysts there talking about that too, and they said, hey, that's what it's going to take with Arkansas, and they'll be a team to reckon with here if everything goes the way it should go in the preseason next year, and with the coaching, bringing in new coaching staff and everything, and getting it lined up. But I thought they did a hell of a job, really. I mean, against Texas. I mean, I got to give Arch Manning his due, but he was hitting them. He was playing some ball. It took him to the end of the damn season to get the bugs worked out of everything. But he's doing a hell of a lot better. But
that's going to remain to be seen. If they got a Texas A&M coming in this weekend, and they're going to be going up against a whole lot better talent than what Arkansas put out there on that field.
Oh yeah,
so,
yeah.
That I don't know. If the real Texas team showed up, I wouldn't mind picking them over in A&M, but I'm going to have to do some real hard thinking on that game. And I'll tell you another one. This was Pittsburgh and Georgia Tech. I didn't think Pittsburgh would run away with it like they did, but they are in the hunt to get into the playoffs on the ACC side. And it's probably going to come down to them in Virginia in the ACC playoff or conference championship.
Yeah, 42-28. That was a shocker right there. I didn't think they were gonna just come in there and manhandle Georgia Tech the way they did, but they sure as hell did. That was a good call on that one.
And then Georgia Tech got knocked out by losing that game. I've got a list of all the conferences and who's in the hunt for the conference championship, and then it's going to go down to that's where Michigan, if they'll beat Ohio State, could come into play, their strength of schedule. How many teams they're going to invite from the Big Ten? How many for the Southeast Conference? I think got the majority, at least 4 teams. How many from the Big 12? And then they're out of your group of 5. And that's why you see James Madison or North Texas and Tulane in the talk. Are they going to take 2 teams out of the group of 5? That's going to act. We'll know at the end of Saturday because there's a slate of games this weekend.
Yeah, big time.
Yes, they are. I don't know if they got any buys this weekend or not. I mean, it was just it looked like a full damn schedule to me. When I got to looking at it, I was like, wow, we're going to have all 25 teams in there.
How you want to set that up? We got to call in Tuesday night.
Yeah. Yep.
So we'll finish this schedule out, and then you can declare me the victor. Anytime you want.
We can do that. We can do that. That ain't no problem. Out of 167 games that we've called, when you're winning like that, you picked 111 of them. That's pretty damn good. And I've got 105. We're 6 games difference between us. So, out of that many games, but it's still been pretty close all year long.
You brought to it what I thought you would, and that on the regular season, give me a good run for my money, and it could have went the other way just as well as it went my way. That's for sure.
Yeah, when you consider half of those games, I mean, those wins have I mean, they've been so damn close. You look at some of them. How many of them went into overtime? One on overtime, or how many of them went into a one on a field goal. That's, this has been a close season. It really has.
It just goes to show you what I've been saying all along about the NIL. It's brought parity to the different conferences. I mean, let's go back for before they started this playoff scenario. It was just Alabama, Georgia, Auburn. It was just a constant Southeast Conference. Oklahoma would get in there once in a while. The USC would get in there. But it was always the Southeast Conference. And now with the NIL, that's the one good thing about it, is that it's brought a lot of parity to these various football programs. And to me, it's made for more exciting football, but they've got to get control of the transfer portal, and then these schools have, hats off to Virginia. They hired Franklin for their coach, or that Virginia Tech, Virginia Tech. They got to give these coaches, in my opinion, 5 years, no more than 6. They need to set these contracts up. It's just like Brent Venables. He was supposedly on the hot seat this year. Well, this is his 4th year. Well, look where he's got, because he just took over the defense himself. Look where he's got Oklahoma now. And so now they're praising him like he's the best thing since sliced bread, which in my opinion he is. But he's off the hot seat. But another one getting ready to be on the hot seat. That's old Mr. Jump the Ship Lincoln Riley. And I can guarantee you, he produces like next year, his 5th year, USC's going to run his butt off if he don't jump ship beforehand. But I don't know where he would go, because the man is not a defensive coach. He's always good about a quarterback guru and having fairly good offenses, but for defense, he ain't got nothing. And then it's Lane Kiffin's out there whoring himself. I mean, if I was on Miss, I'd just tell him, go ahead and pack your bags, quit flirting with these other teams. If you don't want to be here, then get, you know. But that's just my opinion, because I don't really like Lane Kiffin, but the way he's trying to play all these schools against each other, and naturally he's trying to get himself a big old payday. And okay, you don't want to be here, get on out of here. Run him off. Go ahead.
Yeah, they got. I was looking at some of the. Speaking of paydays, some of the salaries of some of these coaches. My God, I mean, it's astronomical. I'm glad they pay them out of pretty much the endowment and stuff like that, because some of it, hell, that's a budget of a school. The entire school. I was like, my goodness. But I don't know. It's next week's going to be a good week. Nothing but rival games next week. It's going to be a little harder to pick, I think. There was some upsets. If we look at how Illinois has been playing. They've been doing pretty good, and then here Wisconsin just come in there, who hasn't been playing worth a darn, just come in there and just demolished them. And so I don't know. It's this could be some. We'll have to get the prognosticator there to do some brainiacing on this one, because it's it's kind of looking at the upsets. I think they got one more after this. They have one more ranking, don't they, Ed?
Who's that?
Like the playoff
this isn't
committee?
The last ranking here. They got one.
Yeah,
they got one more.
No, yeah, they got one more. It'll be after this week.
Yeah.
So even going into this week, we don't know who's in solid, because Auburn can knock Alabama off, and I guarantee you, if Alabama loses, they're out.
Yeah.
So there's too much that can happen to cause this, because your 4 conference champions are going to be in the
right
playoffs, automatic.
Yeah.
And who's the 4 conference champions? That's your Big Ten, Southeast Conference, ACC, Big 12. And then everybody else, it's going to go down to the group of 5. That's 5. Everybody else will go down to the strength of schedule, even though you've got a Miami that they've got more wins, but a strength of schedule could throw a group of 5, extra group of 5, like a North Texas or Tulane into the mix, or even Navy. They're sitting at 6-1. So we won't know until this weekend, and then your conference championships could have a big say on it. So we got a couple of more weeks where we actually know who's going to be in the playoffs and who's the 5 teams that are going to get the buys. Are you with me?
Gotcha.
Yep. That's kind of how I was reading everything. And
Dave, you need to start studying a little better, because you're going to be in this circle with Trump and I next year. We're going to come up with you a name.
I'm going to have to sound intelligent when I'm talking about football, college football.
Yes, sir. You're going to have to study it like you do the weather.
Oh, boy.
We just call him the announcer.
Yeah, the announcer. Yeah, we'll come up. Don't worry, we'll come up with a good moniker for you.
Oh yeah. We'll figure something out there. But yep, it's going to be. It's going to hell. They got 3 or 4 games Thursday.
Yeah,
like that. Yep, and then moving on. But
then we got some games Friday, and then Saturday, I believe. Hello.
Yeah. I've been looking at a lot of these we've been talking about the defensive teams. How look at Missouri and Oklahoma. That was nothing but a defensive game, and when you look at them, they're not going to be a high scoring game. I mean, that was one of the lowest scoring games that both them teams have played because their defense. I mean, they two best in the league right there, and I don't know. It was I think Mateer. I thought he did a hell of a good job, but I don't know if Oklahoma could beat somebody like A&M or not. Texas A&M, they got just a good, such a good offense. I mean, putting numbers up on the board constantly.
Yeah. I mean, there's a ton of games. I mean, Friday, busy Friday, and then, of course, all day Saturday. Hey, we pause for a news update back after this.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Democratic Representative Jason Crow faced tough questioning from Martha McCullum on Fox News after urging service members to defy illegal orders while refusing to state which orders have been illegal.
Donald Trump has made a series of very disturbing comments and suggestions that would violate U.S. law and put our military in terrible position.
Again, we're getting nowhere.
I
We're
don't
not
want to
talking
wait.
about an
I
order.
don't want to wait until that happens to remind our troops of their obligation, because then it'll be too late.
Crow cited past strikes in Iran and drug-running ships, but McCallum called the guidance vague and potentially confusing for troops. Crow defended the advice as moral clarity. Israel says their warplanes killed a senior Hezbollah leader in a weekend airstrike in Lebanon.
The IDF attacked the Hezbollah chief of staff in the heart of Beirut, who led the strengthening and arming of the terrorist organization.
The Prime Minister's office confirmed that strike, which the Lebanese Health Ministry reports left 5 dead and more than 24 injured. Israel says they may escalate military action in Lebanon and Gaza if disarmament under the U.S.-led ceasefire does not advance. The body of Celeste Rivas has been frozen, and the cause of death cannot be determined according to reports from TMZ.
The LA County Medical Examiner received the body in what's being called horrible condition. Multiple body parts and limbs had apparently been frozen and thawing while sitting in the trunk of singer David's Tesla back in September. The LAPD is viewing Rivas's death as a homicide, and earlier this week it was reported that David was now being looked at as a suspect. TMZ also reports there is a second suspect. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro was arrested after authorities said he tampered with his ankle monitor and appeared to be plotting an escape ahead of beginning a prison sentence for a failed coup. Brazil's Supreme Court cited a high possibility that he planned to flee. Bolsonaro denies trying to escape and plans to appeal. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
And how much fraud are we talking about just in those loans? $3.6 billion.
Former Phoenix anchor Stephanie Hockridge has been sentenced to 10 years in federal prison for a $63 million COVID-era PPP loan fraud scheme. Prosecutors say she and her husband faked documents to secure larger loans and charged kickbacks. She'll serve her time at the same Texas prison camp that houses Ghislaine Maxwell and Elizabeth Holmes. New York City Mayor-elect Zoran Mandani says affordability was the focus of his first meeting with President Trump on Friday. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Mandani called it an opportunity to help lower the cost of living for New Yorkers.
And I found in the meeting that I had with the president a productive one, and a meeting that came back again and again to the central themes of the campaign that we ran: the cost of housing, the cost of childcare, the cost of groceries, the cost of utilities.
Trump expressed confidence that Mandani will be effective in office, and both men downplayed past campaign insults. A holiday food giveaway in California is without the main dish.
A truck carrying nearly 500 turkeys for the You Are Important Foundation's grab-and-go food distribution in Lake Elsinore was stolen. It happened on Saturday. Organizers say they stepped away for a quick break, and when they came back, the truck and all the turkeys meant for needy families were gone. Eyewitness News reports the foundation is hoping nearby local businesses have security cameras that capture the theft. I'm Sharon Reardon.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, welcome. A brand new day, a brand new week. Thanksgiving is upon us. So I trust you had a good weekend. We turned the page on the calendar, 24th day of November. Thanksgiving, 3 days away. Wow. Here come the holidays. Then it's Black Friday. Shopping time. Of course, we left off. I guess you could say this is the time of year for college football fans that we are rolling into a proverbial blitz of games. A couple of lower tier games, actually. I think Tuesday evening, Bowling Green, UMass, 4:30, 7:30. You got WMU, Eastern Michigan. Like I said, low tier. Thursday, of course, Thanksgiving Day dominated with our traditional NFL. Of course, with the Lions and the Cowboys. This year, you got, I guess, the nightcap is Cincinnati Bengals versus the Ravens. So just one college game there Thursday, Navy versus Memphis. But then Friday, I mean, you can pretty much watch football all day Friday, and even some, I guess, decent games. You got Texas A&M versus Texas Friday evening. Georgia versus Georgia Tech. It's kicking off the rivalry weekend. And I guess some of those biggest of the big games, kicking it off at high noon. There's your Ohio State, Michigan, Saturday at noon and on down the line. Rivalry weekend.
Well, it's just like Texas. They're pretty well out of the hunt for getting into the playoffs, but a game like this against A&M goes a long way for the recruiting purposes. So, that's a big feather in Texas' hat, because then A&M are always recruiting against each other to be able to say, hey, we knocked them guys off, and this is what our future, what we're building for the future. So it for anybody to think that some of these games are meaningless, they're not. There's a whole lot of recruiting that's going into these games. Same thing with the bowl games. Like, let's take the Cincinnati. They're playing for a decent bowl game to try to improve their recruiting.
Mm-hmm.
You see where I'm coming from with that?
Okay, gotcha.
It's not necessarily you're not going to get in the playoffs. Who was that program director you used to have? You say, well, they're all meaningless games. No, they're not. They're not meaningless. Even though they don't get into the playoffs, you got next year, and you're out there trying to recruit the best available players. And it's just like Franklin going to Virginia Tech, who was, I think, it was a 3-7 or something like that. That's a big time deal with bringing in the better recruits. So they're not meaningless games. Every one of them is going to mean something. Just to what extreme is it going to mean?
So I know you call it rivalry weekend. Is it also, is it upset weekend? Is this the week that really can change the whole scope of who's in and who's out?
Yes. But then it's going to come down to the conference championships. And, it's going to come down. You want to win, because it's like Michigan. They want to win. They want to improve their strength of schedule, and which could nudge them right on into the playoff. So if Oklahoma takes care of business, the projection is that they're going to host Notre Dame first round, which I don't think Notre Dame. Yeah, I don't think Notre Dame can get past Oklahoma, but the team we've seen playing Syracuse, I think you Grumpy was saying Syracuse was missing a lot of their key players.
Yeah, they had a few out, and Syracuse has been like that, though. I mean, they either show up to play or they don't. I mean, it's just they either dominate or they get their butts whipped, and they haven't done a hell of a lot of dominating here lately. But Notre Dame, they really played a good game. I don't, like I said, it's kind of bad that they're not they're independent and they're not with any kind of a conference. I think it kind of knocks a team out that is, they paid their money and they became part of a conference. But I don't know. I was looking online there, and I've seen a lot of posts. Notre Dame's the real deal and all this crap, and you're like, well, Syracuse has got their ass beat 2 or 3 times, like that. So, are they the real deal, or just got in line like everybody else to take a shot at them? I mean, it's just the way it is. I don't know. I've always liked Notre Dame, but I just wish the hell that they would get in a conference and see how they are at that point in time. Because I don't think for a second that they would even be in the top 10 if they were in the SEC. I don't think so. I don't know what it opinion is, but
I agree with you right there.
I mean, they've had.
And I think it's proven that the SEC, man, that every week is a grind. Every game is important. Yeah. So, just watching Oklahoma and Texas play in the SEC, before they were in the Big 12, and they was always at the top, but yeah, that was a different monkey on their back when they went into the SEC, and it's just a grind. And South Carolina proved that when they about knocked off Texas A&M. And South Carolina ain't that great. So you go into that game and you ain't taking it serious, well, you're going to get your butt handed to you real fast.
Well, it seemed to me like that was the way Ohio State kind of started off with, in their game. They were getting slapped around there pretty good for a little bit, and then, excuse me, they finally caught fire and went on ahead and and took care of business. But you can't go in with some of these underrated teams and think, well, hell, let's just do some scrimmaging or something like that. They got to play like it's a full blown conference game. I mean, that's just the way it is. They and the teams that are not, they're going to wish the hell that they had them. And I don't know. I look at this, and we was talking earlier about even the pro game. How many of these fired college coaches are going to get recruited into the pros? Or vice versa. I mean, there's a lot of like 2-9 teams, still in the in the pro games and stuff. That's they're going to have. So they're talking, several coaches getting canned over some stuff, because of the performance on a lot of the teams. I wonder if they're going to try to get into some of the college level stuff, like Bill Belichick. He's done. I'd say he's not going to renew a contract, or they're not going to renew it. I don't even know what kind of a buyout he has. I don't think it's much. I think all he had was a 2-year contract, didn't he?
Yeah, that's it. It was a short contract.
Yeah. Well, I think next year we're going to see a lot of different stuff, because I think right now that they're looking at a lot of these buyouts and stuff, and how much they're costing the damn schools, and it's just ungodly amounts of money. So, what are they going to do? I mean, continue to lose or write it into the contracts or something like that if they're not, if they get cut for whatever reason, for poor performance or something like that, or they're going to continue to pay out that kind of money. Hell, I'd like to make, $55 or $60 million, get a buyout from it and sit on my butt for a while. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I mean, it's the only thing I've seen where, they're getting compensated for poor performance. Hell, it's, they might as well be a union driver. Throw that in there. But, it's just crazy. The amount of money that's in college football right now. I was going over that the other day, and I was like, man, gee, man, Christmas, this is the damn federal deficit right here. I mean, it's just a phenomenal amount of money. And I don't know, man. Like I said, at the end of this year, it's going to be interesting to see who comes back as coaches and how the recruiting goes, and And Ed's 100% right on this. It's these games are they're not just games. They're big recruiting posters posted everywhere. We want you, and they're bringing in some talent. So, the only thing that I'd hate to see is if teams got stacked up. If you had a couple of teams like the Chiefs has been in the damn Super Bowl, 5 years out of 6. I don't want to see that. I mean, as much as I like the Chiefs, I don't like seeing stacked teams that have got the money and everything just to bring in the best players and stuff, and it gets to a point where it's no longer competitive. It's boring, and so we'll see what happens. But it's been a good ride this season. I've certainly enjoyed it. And hell, if I'm gonna get beat by somebody, I'm glad it's Ed. He don't. It's one of them things. Where you just you learn a lot from him. I mean, he's definitely talented. He knows his football, and he may not know much, but he knows his football. I've heard that 2 or 3 somewhere.
You're sick of hearing. You're getting sick of hearing that, and you'll probably be glad this season's over with.
That's what I say. They're going to learn about him in school, and stuff. They're going to sing songs about him. It's going to be the prognosticator folk songs and stuff. But it's been a lot of fun. It really has, like I say, we'll start over at 0. We'll start over at 0 at soon as conference championship start. We're going to start there. The conference championships, and then the playoff. And right now, Grump's wearing that crown, but just virtually a pick of Ohio State, which me being the nice guy that I am, if he wants to throw that crown on the ground, then pick you another team there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck with that Ohio State stuff. Them Buckeyes, I think they're the team. It's just watching them, hell, they're impressive. But they've been a lot of impressive teams. Like Texas A&M, Oklahoma. I think Oklahoma, if they had,
it's like Venable said, Trump. They're a grimy football team. They play with grime, man. But they just manage to do enough on defense. Their offense carries them just enough that they've been winning with defense. And Venable's the second to no one when it comes to coaching defense. He proved that at Clemson. So
they're damn sure they got a defense. That's for damn sure. They do.
That's why I think they can take Notre Dame, and they might be in the same bracket as Ohio State. So, but. Well, like I say, I don't see anybody beating A&M, but that's just my opinion. But I can't blame them until they play Ohio State.
Yeah.
Well, come Tuesday night, we'll get our. I'm sorry. I was going to say, come Tuesday night, we'll get our second to the last bowl selection committee rankings, I guess, and then you'll make your picks, Wednesday morning. And then I guess after this Thanksgiving weekend, that is, you go into the championships. Is that the division?
Right.
Okay.
We'll go on the conference championship.
Conference, okay.
And then we'll go into the playoff. But we're not going to pick bowl games.
Gotcha.
Because they're just so spread far apart.
Yeah.
We're discussing rather than pick the Army-Navy game. I don't know. I'll leave that up to Grump. We'll wait to see. All right. Well, other than that, it's like I say, I may not know it all, but I know my football. The prognosticator is out.
Thank you, Big Ed. Are you with me? There you go. All right, Grump. What'd you have for us?
Yep. I appreciate it, man. It's been, like I said, it's been a lot of fun, and I'm been watching a little bit about this Marjorie Taylor Greene stuff. What's your opinion on that, there, buddy?
That's on the list of things to discuss. I kind of figured you'd have some thoughts on that. Maybe you can chime back in later.
Well, I'll give you a holler.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. We'll look forward to that. Yeah, MTG. She said she doesn't want to be how did she put it? An abused spouse. She feels like she's being abused in the house. I guess the president's abused her. So stepping aside. But yeah, the fact of the matter was, President Trump was going to, what do they call it, primary her and endorse someone else. And the thinking was, if that were to happen, she would have no chance of winning if another candidate was endorsed by President Trump. I don't know if that's a given or not, but that's, one of many things we'll be discussing here this early Monday. Quick timeout, back in 2.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, if you were with us Friday morning, we were talking about forecasters explaining and describing what they call stratospheric warming. Way up above the North Pole, which events like that historically have caused the polar vortex to break loose. In other words, possibly bringing very, very cold air here into North America, Europe, Asia. Just over the past day, the breaking headline, the polar vortex just sent us a new warning signal. An early wobble could trigger a shock when it comes to the winter weather patterns. Meteorologists reporting fresh disruptions inside the vortex, and early season signals are getting stronger. The vortex that normally traps the brutally cold air over the North Pole is now unstable, stretched, and wobbling. When this happens, Arctic air can escape southward fast. The latest update points to deeper Arctic air plunging into North America, colder than normal blasts possible in Europe, sudden ice storms and snow risks across Asia, jet stream bends capable of building powerful winter systems, and then what they call weather whiplash, going from warm to extreme cold within a matter of days. This is the same pattern linked to some of the harshest winters in recent history. At this time, nothing's confirmed, but the atmospheric signals are intensifying. Stay alert, stay prepared, stay updated. Okay, and I think I had printed up. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, from USA Today. Yeah, just ahead, the week after Thanksgiving, maybe just a tease for some Arctic cold arriving later in December. So, for the cold weather lovers, your time appears to be approaching. Snow lovers, the odds are rising. Nothing's definitive yet. For the rest of us, it's 118 days till spring. That's me. But cold air will be spreading over the Midwest Great Lakes right about Thanksgiving. That's not going to be a major Arctic blast. He said this is going to be more or less a snack, maybe a yam, before the whole turkey appears by the second week of December, courtesy of the polar vortex. So there you go. While the cold will be harsh coming up right after Thanksgiving, Black Friday, the remaining fully loaded Arctic air still going to be locked up in Canada into early December. We're just going to have to wait for a trigger. We're feeling much more confident that the predicted upcoming large polar vortex disruption should be framed as a stretched polar vortex rather than your classic sudden stratospheric warming. These events tend to be hard-hitting, but of shorter duration. But, the last strong, stretched polar vortex in the month of December was December of 2022 that was ultimately responsible for the deadly record-breaking Buffalo blizzard that killed dozens of people at the time. All right, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Mark Kelly is defending a video urging troops to disobey illegal orders from President Trump, saying it's needed to push back. The Arizona Democrat appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Is we reiterated what basically is the rule of law, that members of the military cannot follow illegal orders.
Trump slammed the lawmakers as committing high-level sedition and said they should be in jail, while Democrats note service members must refuse unlawful orders. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says U.S. negotiators made major progress on a draft plan to end the war in Ukraine following a full day of talks in Geneva. Rubio calls it the most productive session yet, saying only a few key issues remain and none are insurmountable. Ukraine's President Zelensky says Trump's team is finally here in Kiev, and both sides hope to reach a deal soon, though Russia will ultimately have to sign off. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. All right, back on a Monday. Greatest day of the week. Here we go. Scratch and McGroin. I just got your email. I bet you sent that while I was on the phone with the Grump and Big Ed. He said, has anybody heard anything from the Carolina Monkey Gouger they can share with us? I have not directly spoken to the Gouger since our last conversation here when he was getting ready to hang up the keys. But we are friends on Facebook, and I see some of his posts. Just over the weekend, as a matter, I think it was Saturday, posted a photograph of the granddaughter Biscuit. And it says, me and Meemaw are so proud of our little Biscuit. She broke the ice and killed her first deer, carrying on the artist tradition of being a deer slayer. So there she is. Got a little buck. So yeah, that was again just on Saturday. A couple weeks ago, he posted on the 13th. He made a visit to his favorite place, which is his namesake, the Jimmy Artist Travel Center there in South Carolina. Seeing that he's kind of hung up the keys, not driving anymore. He had his TA Petro rewards card, and I guess he said he had like $350 left on his rewards card, so he made a stop by there to use those reward dollars before they expired. So I think he's just enjoying retirement. Obviously, he's doing what he loves, fishing, hunting, spending time with the grandkids, and I know he had picked up that new day job, which I don't think he's up all that late at night anymore, which maybe explains why he hasn't checked in live. But he was running the trash compactor thing there at
one of the landfill locations, I believe it was. So, close to home every night. Not out on the road anymore. That's about all I can tell you there. Scratching my groin, but thanks for asking. Meanwhile, hello to Buckeye Boy. Where are you at? Ackworth, Georgia, 50 degrees. Got about a half inch of rain this past day, or Saturday morning. Then it was beautiful rest of the weekend. I able to get the freight on the truck transferred to the other, give some equipment to another driver for a job he's doing for Florida today. Took my Wildcats vehicles to get them cleaned up, some scheduling through December 4th, and watched the mighty Buckeyes whoop up on Rutgers. Now watching the replay. Now it's Michigan week. I see the way you spelled that, right? Fox is really promoting that game. We'll be watching the game at my mom's with my brother and his wife. Been prepping, cooking meals, side dishes for Tuesday, Wednesday, Turkey Day, game day. Everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. Yeah, Michigan. I can't say that. All right, let's see. I was talking about draining water off the pool. Yeah, I said we've got a sump pump on the top of the pool cover with the hose that drains it in the side yard. It kicks in whenever that water level pools up to a certain level. I was out there searching the shed this past day, Buck. I had the powerful, I don't know, it was a quarter or half horsepower submersible pump that I would throw on there that really moved a lot of water. I couldn't find it. I don't know if I loaned it to my son this past fall or what, or if it burned up. I just can't remember. I had one of those little bitty pumps that I threw in there and just let it run all day. A little submersible thing from the pool place, but got a lot of water off the cover there. All right, hello to Jerry checking in. Good morning, everybody. Glad to hear from all the listeners out there. There's Drummer Girl, 45 clear in Northeast Philly tonight. Spent the afternoon working on a 1947 Rogers trailer that's been sitting for over 10 years. Actually got the brakes working. All right, happy Thanksgiving, everyone. I'll be working every day this week. And she explained, she said the mail does not stop during Thanksgiving week. I guess technically, if you get Thanksgiving Day off, that's it, or mail doesn't run on Thanksgiving Day. But maybe the delivery of the mail does. I'm not sure. All right, so not everybody gets to spend all that time off. I think she's going to be celebrating, was that Thanksgiving with your cousins or something today, isn't it? Today or tomorrow? All right, hello to Jeffrey, Southern Florida. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. We look out west. What kind of a week we're going to see in the Pacific Northwest? Well, it's going to be kind of a disruptive travel week with the atmospheric river bringing heavy rain and mountain snow, slowing Thanksgiving travel across the Pacific Northwest this week. And it's even going to last right into Thanksgiving Day. Rain and snow were already falling over parts of Washington and Oregon Sunday, following a relative break here from Monday into Tuesday. Heavier precip begins to arrive later Tuesday, continuing through Thanksgiving Day. Flooding, minor wind damage, slushy roads, all expected to occur. That heavy rain from the atmospheric river slowing travel on Interstate 5 leading up to the Thanksgiving holiday. Just some spotty showers here for Monday. More significant rain begins arriving on Tuesday. That first round of heavy rain targeting western Washington and northwest Oregon Tuesday into Tuesday night. Wednesday, traditionally the busiest travel day of the year, could feature some of the heaviest rain of the atmospheric river event. Localized flooding, ponding on roads, Portland, Seattle, and Olympia on Wednesday. Rainfall amounts 1 to 4 inches in western Washington and northwest Oregon. Locally, higher amounts in the foothills and higher elevations below where it snows. That's going to be more than enough to cause flooding on the roadways, rises on smaller creeks and streams in that region. Atmospheric rivers are usually generating strong, gusty winds, especially near the coastal areas. And sometimes these winds in excess of 40 miles per hour can cause some minor damage, and that obviously is going to slow your travel even more. It's not just the rain hampering the travel and outdoor plans for Thanksgiving. Snow in portions of the Cascades. While the Oregon Cascades will largely be dealing with rain at pass levels, the Washington passes may not be as fortunate, while Interstate 90 through Snoqualmie is expected to see mostly rain. Stevens Pass may not be so lucky. Snow mixed in with rain expected for U.S. Route 2 through Stevens Pass, which is roughly 1,000 feet higher in elevation than Snoqualmie. So several slushy inches of accumulation could slow motorists during the pre-Thanksgiving travel period. The higher peaks there in Washington, like Mount Rainier, will be a veritable winter wonderland during this atmospheric river event. Multiple feet of snow, temperatures falling to near zero with strong winds and whiteout conditions. Okay. Yeah, the rain and snow continue into Thanksgiving Day before things do finally begin to dry out a bit, maybe for the shoppers that may be headed out this Black Friday. Pacific Northwest active. Well, what do you say, Plowboy? What's happening? Oh, he dropped off. Boom, just like that. Maybe it sounds like he had something going on. Let's see where Eagle finds himself to start the new week here. What's happening, Eagle? Wait a minute. That's the sound of Darth Vader. Eagle dozed off. Well, that just gives us an opportunity to move on, right? Into a Monday. Oh, it's 844-844-3388. All right, following the government shutdown, which, as we know, primarily all about the Democrats demanding extension of the Affordable Care Act subsidies, health care for illegals in the country. We know ultimately they got none of that. Government back up and running. But obviously now health care has become pretty much the number one issue. What to do? The Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare, has been an absolute failure. Not making health care more affordable, not making insurance more affordable, but skyrocketing premiums. There's going to be proposals coming from both sides. We see that the president is expected to announce a new plan aimed at curbing rising health care costs, urging Congress to send legislation to his desk that would prevent these premium spikes under the Affordable Care Act. According to the White House this past day, the announcement of a general framework is expected to take place at the White House possibly today, which will include comments from President Trump and Dr. Mehmet Oz, administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. According to officials, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, also spoke to NBC News Meet the Press this past day, stating there would be an announcement this week in regards to tackling health care costs. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, House Speaker Mike Johnson expected to be briefed on the president's plan, according to one White House official. The proposed legislation, which they say will be called the Health Care Price Cuts Act, would seek to end what one of the officials referred to as surprise premium hikes generated by the Affordable Care Act. It would also eliminate zero premium subsidies currently offered under the Affordable Care Act. That would be intended to stop what they call ghost beneficiaries, which has been a concern about alleged fraudulent policy recipients, by requiring a small minimum payment as a way to verify eligibility to receive benefits. Now, they say the plan also contains a deposit program that would incentivize lower premium options on the Affordable Care Act exchange for individuals who downgrade coverage. The difference in cost would be deposited into a health savings account funded by taxpayer dollars. This announcement, as the Affordable Care Act subsidies are set to expire at the end of the year. In some cases, they're talking massive cost spikes for nearly 22 million Americans. Now, just last week, there was a proposal from House members introduced for a 2-year extension of the Obamacare subsidies, but that's pretty much what the entire government shutdown was about, and I don't think the Republicans are going to be on board with that. They continued the shutdown without giving in. Senate Republicans have agreed to hold a mid-December vote on extending the subsidies, but at this point, there's no guarantee that it would pass in either chamber, for that matter, House or Senate, the way things stand right now. 844-844-3388. Hello to Kevin, Morning Steve, and the overnight crew. Gary joins us here this early Monday. Let me see. Katrina says, we don't give a damn for the whole state of Michigan. We're from Ohio. Go Buckeyes.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Yeah, Grump earlier mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene. Kind of surprise announcement that she is going to be resigning her House seat on January 5th. It doesn't appear that the president is heartbroken. He actually responded favorably to that announcement. Yeah, we've talked so often about how, in many cases we love the president's policies, but sometimes when he speaks out, I guess there's no filter. And he just kind of says it as he sees it. He actually said, when asked about her resignation, "I think it's great for the country." Great. Asked if she had given any advance notice about her decision, the president said, "Nah, it doesn't matter, but I think it's great. I think she should be happy." Should have just left it at that as far as I'm concerned. But then Saturday morning, he had to take to the Truth Social and recap how these things began to unfold, stating Marjorie Taylor Brown, because of plummeting poll numbers and not wanting to face a primary challenger with a strong Trump endorsement where she would have no chance of winning, has decided to call it quits. And he said Marjorie Taylor Brown, he said, changed her last name from Green to Brown because it's due to rot. Okay, her relationship with the worst Republican congressman in decades, Tom Massey of Kentucky, also known as Rand Paul Jr., because he votes against the Republicans on really good legislation. That relationship did not help her. For some reason, primarily that I refused to return her never-ending barrage of phone calls, Marjorie went bad. Nevertheless, I will appreciate Marjorie and thank her for her service to our country. Signed, President DJT. Her resignation after the president withdrew his endorsement and some of the public criticism of her political approach. Referenced her as a ranting lunatic. Actually referenced her as a traitor last week. In a Truth Social last Sunday night, not last evening, but the previous, he kind of escalated this whole feud with her when he sent out a message, "Wacky Marjorie Traitor Brown, remember green turns brown where rot is involved, is working overtime to try and portray herself as a victim when actuality she's the cause of her own problems. The fact is nobody cares about this traitor to our country." So, things had really gotten pretty deep off the rails. So she steps aside, and I'm not certain at this point. How do they hold a special election to replace her? Does the governor appoint a successor? I'd have to do a little more research on that. But all right, before we get back to the calls, another surprise announcement. We've been talking a lot as of late about beef prices. And Tyson Foods just announced that they're going to close their beef processing plant in Lexington, Nebraska. We're talking about 3,200 employees there, after U.S. cattle supplies have dropped to their lowest level in nearly 75 years. According to the surprise Friday announcement, supplies are expected to remain tight for at least the next 2 years, forcing meat packers like Tyson and the rivals JBS and Cargill to pay steep prices for cattle to process into steaks and hamburgers. Beef prices have set records due to low supplies and strong demand, raising cost for consumers. Of course, that had been on the mind of the president last month when he announced he was working to bring prices of beef down. Tyson said they're also going to reduce operations at a beef plant in Amarillo, Texas, to a single full-capacity shift. That's going to affect about 1,700 workers. Now, they said they'll increase production at other facilities to meet customer demand, according to the statement. Tyson Foods recognizes the impact these decisions have on team members and the communities where we operate, according to the statement. But, yeah, Lexington, Nebraska, 3,200 employees. They did not state a time frame on how quickly that's going to be occurring. Is that going to happen in a matter of days, weeks? Again, the story did not specify that. But all right, coming up, we'll get a news break. We'll check in with Philip there in Florida. Plowboy's been trying to get through. I don't know if he's having trouble holding the signal or what, but maybe try back. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more by visiting tel360.com today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Mark Kelly is defending a video urging troops to disobey illegal orders from President Trump, saying it's needed to push back. The Arizona Democrat appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Is we reiterated what basically is the rule of law, that members of the military should not, cannot follow illegal orders.
Trump slammed the lawmakers as committing high-level sedition and said they should be in jail, while Democrats note service members must refuse unlawful orders. Israel says their warplanes took out a senior Hezbollah leader in a weekend airstrike in Lebanon.
The IDF attacked the Hezbollah chief of staff in the heart of Beirut, who led the strengthening and arming of the terrorist organization.
According to the Lebanese health ministry, 5 people were killed and more than 24 others injured in the attack. Israel has warned it will step up military action in Lebanon and Gaza unless there's more progress on disarmament under the U.S.-led ceasefire agreement. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Alan Dershowitz told Newsmax the growing political frenzy frenzy over the newly sought Epstein documents is turning into a new McCarthyism.
This is the same as what Joseph McCarthy did in the 1950s. He would hold up a piece of paper and say, I have a list of names of communists.
He warned accusations are outpacing evidence and said selective leaks could distort the truth. Dershowitz urged full transparency, adding he's seen no proof implicating anyone beyond Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and even said high-profile figures deserve due process. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says U.S. negotiators made major progress on a draft plan to end the war in Ukraine following a full day of talks in Geneva. Rubio calls it the most productive session yet, saying only a few key issues remain and none are insurmountable. Ukraine's President Zelensky says Trump's team is finally hearing Kiev, and both sides hope to reach a deal soon, though Russia will ultimately have to sign off. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A Washington State man is believed to be the first person in the U.S. to die from a rare strain of bird flu.
He was an older man with underlying medical conditions who is being treated for H5N5 avian flu since early November. State health officials say he had a backyard domestic poultry flock 75 miles southwest of Seattle that was exposed to infected wild birds, leading to his deadly illness. The man's symptoms included high fever, trouble breathing, and confusion. Health officials say the risk to the public is low. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene is denying reports that she's eyeing a 2028 presidential run. Greene posted on X saying she never wanted to run and blasted the idea as exhausting and pointless. Her break with President Trump sparked the speculation. She insists that she's not motivated by titles or a presidential bid. A gold pocket watch that survived the sinking of the Titanic is sold for more than $2.3 million at auction.
The 18-karat Jules Jurgensen watch carried by first-class passenger Isidore Strauss sold for the record-breaking price in England on Saturday. The watch was recovered from his body after the ship sank on its maiden voyage in April 1912. Strauss and his wife Ida were depicted in the 1997 film Titanic as the couple who refused to separate in their final moments and perished in the disaster that claimed 1,500 lives. I'm Lisa Carton.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, welcome back. Another hour, rolling into a brand new day. It's Thanksgiving week. Here it comes. Yeah, we'll give you more on what's going to be a very busy travel week, impacted in some cases pretty significantly by Mother Nature with a big cross-country storm and potentially some of the biggest impacts on Wednesday. Yeah, the busiest travel day of the year. Yeah, get some of our industry headlines. Yeah, the latest going on there. Been trying to get a hold. Well, we've been in contact. Jennifer Hedrick with Women in Trucking. Going to get her on the program to give us a little bit of an update. What's going on? They recently held their conference and expo, their annual expo here a week or so ago. I think it was last week, wasn't it? Maybe 2 weeks ago. They're in Dallas. And the opinions of small business truckers were actually represented. One of many sessions that took place at that conference there. So again, updates coming your way. Promised we'd head on down to Florida, which I guess is going to be a very busy week for Philip, because Orlando, #1 destination for Thanksgiving travelers headed south this year. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. Yeah, I'm going to be busy this week. I've got early starts all week long at Disney, so we're ramping up for it. We're getting ready for it. How y'all doing up there?
Doing well. Getting ready for Turkey Day. Short work week, so I mean, I'll get some time off. Do you get any time off at all for Thanksgiving, or?
No, I'll work. I'll be working Thanksgiving Day. We're open 365, so it's business as usual. I mean, it's just the way it is, and that's what you live with when you work for the company like that. So, yeah, I'll be working all week, and my next day off will be next Sunday.
How about that?
So that's just the way she rolls. What days are you actually going to be in the show going to be off, Steve?
We will not be here Thanksgiving morning, Thursday morning or Friday morning. So it was we're here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning this week.
Okay, all right. I appreciate you telling me about that. That way I don't have to turn it on and hear that busy tone when I get calling in there. Steve, did you see that SpaceX had a little problem out in Texas the other day? They rolled out that brand new booster and put it on the test stand, and she kind of imploded a little bit. They pressurized the tank for the first time, and it failed, and it destroyed it. I'm not sure if they're going to rebuild it or not, but I don't know if you had seen that on the news or not.
I missed that. No.
And then over the weekend, yeah, it was pretty interesting. When they roll those out, they do the pressure test before they actually start putting the propellant and oxygen in it. And that's why they do that. They put an inert gas in there that, just pressurizing it, just bring it up to see if everything's going to hold together before they actually put the propellant in. And she kind of split in two, so to speak, is the way to put it nicely. I don't know if it was a transfer tube or what it was, but that was what it was when they had the explosion at the test site last time with the Starship itself. But we'll see how it plays out. And it's a brand new design, and it's testing. We've said that all along, and not everything's going to be all hunky-dory when you get up to it. It's just the way it rolls. Steve, do you like looking at rockets to kind of see how big they are compared to other things? If you do, watch the footage of them bringing the Blue Origin rocket back to the facility for refurb. The other day they brought it in the port, and then they put it down on the holder and they towed it over to where the facility is, where they're going to refurbish it. If you get a chance, check those videos out. You can see actually how big these rockets are in proximity to a normal street. 23 foot wide was the rocket itself, and that ain't counting the apparatus that they carry it in. So, yeah, check that out. It's pretty amazing. Have you ever seen stuff like that, Steve?
I haven't, no.
It's cool. There's a guy on YouTube. His thing is called Cobra Emergency. Is his channel, and he carries all the rocket stuff. He carries a lot of different things, and he's got some really good footage of them pulling that thing out. They got a big Oshkosh 1070 truck, former military truck, that they hook up to the SPMTs, which the SPMTs are a device that's underneath the apparatus to move it. And it's amazing to see something that big going down the street. They had to turn the street light standards all the way over to where they could get around them, and they still couldn't turn them far enough to where, they could clear them. So they had to go walking speed, basically about 3 or 4 mile an hour, to go down the street to get around all this stuff before they got to the Air Force Station, to get up the road there to where they need to get to their facility. So it was interesting. He took a lot of footage up until the booster got to the Air Force Station. Obviously can't go in the Air Force Station. And it's really interesting. It was neat to see it. We had 3 boosters at the same time at the Cape. SpaceX has 2 there. They're getting ready to transport. And they're moving along. There are a lot of rockets going to happen this next year, and they're not letting up at all. Bezos, now that he knows he can launch, he's going for it. So, but man, it's been some crazy times with the space. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. So, I mean, is that explosion going to set them back? You think? I mean, it's almost like they go 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Well, here's the thing. Right now, they can't launch right now anyway because they're still putting their orbital launch mount, the new one, together. The initial one they had to begin with at Starship, that one is being tore apart right now, and they're refurbing it, and they're going to make it like the second one is. The second one is almost completed, and so they couldn't launch right now if they wanted to. It's probably going to be next year before they launch again, I'm thinking. Who knows with Elon, with he's working people 24 hours a day on that thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be a busy year for SpaceX within the next year. That Starship program, though, with that booster being destroyed, that's not a problem because there's one right behind it that's almost finished. That's how he's working.
Wow.
He's so far ahead with his machinery, like that one blew up there on the test stand. Not a problem. We got another one sitting right behind it ready to go. And that's what he's doing. I mean, he's ramped it up so much. That's just unbelievable. The thing that always puzzles me about the Starship program is the amount of money. I mean, that guy must know how to generate a ton of money because the amount of infrastructure and the amount of stuff that he's got done on the Starship program is simply amazing. It is amazing the amount of stuff that he does and the time frames he does it in. I mean, Jeff Bezos, that one I was just talking about, that's his second rocket, okay? And he's been working on that rocket there, the New Glenn, for years. The designs of it have changed so many times. And he's not going to launch until it's right. And that's why he did it, and I mean, to be on your second launch and take up satellites, that was amazing that he did that with that big of a rocket.
Mm-hmm.
But it comes from all his technology that he's developed over the years. I mean, just like Elon. But those 2 guys, those are going to be the main players, Steve, I think, in the next 20 years with rockets. Elon and Jeff Bezos, man, they've got a lot. They know how to generate cash, and it takes a lot of cash to bank that kind of stuff. And to be quite honest, NASA just don't have that kind of cash anymore with the cutbacks and everything. I think eventually NASA and the Space Force are just going to hire guns like those two guys to launch all their stuff and do all their stuff. I mean, and it's not them. I mean, the Chinese probably could hire them two guys. Other countries. I mean, it's pretty crazy thinking. What's your feeling, Steve, about this deal with Ukraine and Russia and this possible agreement that we might be putting together for them?
I mean, there was a lot of, up and down over the weekend. I mean, a lot of confusion about what's going on. I mean, what I'm seeing is we're asking Ukraine to actually even give up some territory that Russia has not forcefully even taken over yet, if I'm understanding right.
I know, and that's the thing about the deal that I don't understand. Okay, I know Ukraine's a small country, don't get me wrong, and I know there is corruption in Ukraine. There's corruption in a lot of those countries over there. So why give up all that land? The part that's always puzzled me, Steve, is why won't they let them join NATO? You know, because one of the agreements I heard also was they were going to bar them from joining NATO. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but, you know, that's one of the things that I've always been puzzled with, you know, with Ukraine and this whole deal with Russia, is how come they never let them join NATO? You know, I mean, they've got a legitimate thing going on. I mean, as far as the war goes, I understand where they're coming from. And I think that this has even started back when the Russians took Crimea, if I remember correctly. And why? I mean, is it a money thing, or what do you think is a political thing, or corruption, or what do you think, Steve?
I mean, that, as far as Vladimir Putin, that's kind of been his line in the sand. If there's any discussion of their joining NATO, that is off limits territory. And this so-called peace deal, if I understand, also has inside that are not allowed to use NATO troops to come into Ukraine as a peacekeeping force, that they'd have to have other non-NATO forces.
Well, don't they have a thing called the UN? Now, Ukraine is part of the UN, isn't it?
Now
is it a part of the United Nations?
I'm not sure if they are. I would presume they are, but I'm not certain.
And seems like to me that, you know, the United Nations has always preached this stuff about being for the good of the earth. Okay, well, if you are, why aren't you in negotiations with these to end these wars and stuff? And that's what kind of puzzles me too. You know, I mean, step up to the plate, get in there with Russia, get in there with Ukraine. Heck, if you want to get the Americans in there to help them, you know, negotiate the deal, absolutely, get other countries involved. Why hasn't the UN stepped up more than that? Same way with Gaza. Why hasn't the UN been in there more? You know what I mean? To make the situation softer and to make it easier for transition, you know, and try to get this stopped. I never could. That's one of my big puzzles with the UN. Okay. Now we'll get to something a little different. It's a little closer to the house down here to me. And I grew up in the Sebastian, Vero Beach area. I know it very well. And I've actually got a family member who's an Indian River County sheriff. I don't know if you heard on the news down here, we had a sheriff get shot down in Vero Beach last week. Okay. Pretty, supposed to be a pretty basic thing. She was going in to evict a person. That person's mother wanted them evicted out of the property. Everything was justifiable. Had a locksmith with them. They went in to evict. The person came out, shot them. The sheriff shot back. Now the sheriff got killed at the shooting at that day. The individual the suspect, he died the next day, and then over the weekend, sadly, the locksmith who was doing just his job passed away as well. So just something that, you know, when you're put into a desperate situation, Steve, where you're losing your home or something's going on like that, it just goes to show you that people can get really out there mentally. And three people lost their lives because of that whole situation. And I don't know the situation. I'm just going by what I read in the articles I read about the story. But, when you're in a bad situation and being evicted, go try to get some help, and don't put yourself in a mental situation like this and kill two other people besides yourself. And it's sad because the sheriff, she was a veteran of the sheriff's department a long time. She'd been in the department a long time. And, it's something we got to look at.
Wow.
So,
sad.
and, that's pretty much all I got today, Steve. I appreciate you having me. Y'all have a good one. Thanks a lot, buddy.
All right, very interesting. Thanks for checking in. Philip, you have a great day as well. We'll be back in 2. It's 844-844-3388.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Yeah, we were talking last week, and I know my family is like so many others. Why is it we don't ever eat turkey per se, except like Thanksgiving? Yeah, obviously some people, there's always turkey on the shelves at the grocery and whatnot, but it's one of those things, I guess maybe it's tradition or whatever. It's a Thanksgiving staple. We don't do turkey any other time of the year. But it's good for you, according to the experts. If you're planning that turkey feast this Thursday, enjoy the bird and the many benefits health-wise it provides. They say turkey's packed with muscle-building protein and essential vitamins and minerals that boost immunity, mood, and energy. And no, they say turkey's not responsible for that post-meal food coma. This has been a long-held myth that turkey contains tryptophan, an amino acid that helps regulate sleep. And they say the experts have kind of debunked that. Turkey doesn't, they say, contain any more tryptophan than other food like chicken, beef, nuts, or cheese. Said primarily it's alcohol consumption and overeating everything else, especially Those things that are loaded with carbs, potatoes, rolls, stuffing, desserts. That's what's going to make you drowsy. But according to eating well, a lot of benefits. When it comes to protein, turkey is renowned for its high-quality lean protein. A standout choice for health-conscious eaters, just 1 3-ounce serving of turkey provides about 24 grams of protein, vital for building and maintaining muscle tissue, supporting a robust metabolism. Protein from turkey is what they call complete, meaning it contains all 9 essential amino acids the body cannot produce on its own. These amino acids are necessary for growth, immune defense, synthesis of important hormones and enzymes. A diet rich in protein helps regulate appetite, increasing the feeling of fullness and curbing cravings, which can support healthy weight management. Okay. On the cognitive side, the amino acids in turkey protein aid the production of neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine, which are linked to improved mood and mental clarity. By enjoying turkey not just at holiday meals, but throughout the week in a variety of dishes, you can reap those protein-powered benefits for the body and the mind. We'll see it as it's just a Thanksgiving kind of thing. If we have any turkey left over, there might be a Turkey Friday or maybe a Turkey Saturday, but I don't know. Let me get to Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. Turkey hits the grinder and turkey salad. But my mom has always sticked all my life down here. But, dang it. Well, I was going to get ahead on. I think Alabama's going to lose us when we hit for Auburn. Really, I do.
The rivalry game, Alabama-Auburn, that's another big one, right?
Yes, sir. But when we're playing it over there in Auburn, I don't know, the jinx wire hits us and we give up the ghost. But, by the way, I got to say this is Double R. I was very disappointed today. His Colts played a hell of a lot better against the Chiefs. But for somehow, unknown reason, the Chiefs at the overtime decided to pull the damn thing out of a hat. But yet, Steve,
in overtime.
I'm sorry.
Well, hold the thought. I wasn't paying attention to the clock. It's news break time.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Mark Kelly is defending a video urging troops to disobey illegal orders from President Trump, saying it's needed to push back. The Arizona Democrat appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Is we reiterated what basically is the rule of law, that members of the military cannot follow illegal orders.
Trump slammed the lawmakers as committing high-level sedition and said they should be in jail, while Democrats note service members must refuse unlawful orders. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says U.S. negotiators made major progress on a draft plan to end the war in Ukraine following a full day of talks in Geneva. Rubio calls it the most productive session yet, saying only a few key issues remain and none are insurmountable. Ukraine's President Zelensky says Trump's team is finally here in Kiev, and both sides hope to reach a deal soon, though Russia will ultimately have to sign off. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, MediShare members like it. We know this from member surveys. They like it a lot. It's a proven thing now. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. Here's the thing, too. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they will waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. Again, the deadline is November 30th, so call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Thank you much, and welcome back. We're going to get back to Plowboy here. Brain Dead forwarded a story to me out of Georgia. Yeah, this is the time of year where what do they call them? The porch pirates become very, very busy. In this case, the packages didn't even make it to the porch before they were stolen. Georgia Sheriff's Office said after investigating stolen packages for months, they uncovered a theft ring that was actually being led by FedEx contract drivers. A Stevens County woman reported back in April her package had been stolen after it was marked as delivered by FedEx. She actually never got it. She was able to get her package after talking to another person who reported having purchased the contents on the Facebook Marketplace. They determined Quandricus Major, 35-year-old, stole the package, then resold it. At the time, he was a driver for a third-party subcontractor employed by FedEx Ground. While searching his home, investigators found drugs and more FedEx packages, packing slips belonging to other people. Arrested on 4 counts of theft by receiving stolen property and drug charges before being released on $16,000 bond. Investigators later learned that other drivers working for the same subcontractor were stealing packages as well. 2 of them, identified as 35-year-old Daniel Glasgow and 37-year-old Quentin Jackson. 2 other men, 43-year-old Manhattan Colbert, 33-year-old Quincy Jones, found to have some of those stolen items allegedly being traded for drugs. So some of the photos ranging from electronics, like a 65-inch television, a microwave, a beverage cooler, a bed frame, a lawnmower, and much more. They tell us all the suspects associated with the FedEx subcontractor have been fired, but yeah, time of year where a lot of packages just don't get there. Welcome back, Plowboy.
Well, thank you for taking me back, but nah. I just maintain what I was going to say. Chiefs, they didn't deserve to win that game today. Really, they didn't. Coach pulled it off. But I think I can make a prediction. I think not the Chiefs play Dallas at Dallas. I think this will be a prime one for Dallas to screw up and win, because the Chiefs will be first out of the box to screw it up and lose it. But what you're talking about now, as I was getting ready to come in this afternoon, I had it over on Fox, one of my 3 channels from the news, and they had a picture or a little video. You might want to look this up, where this jackass is going up to this ring doorbell system, I think it was, dressed as the Grinch, stealing. He was being the porch pirate.
Okay, the Grinch that stole Christmas. Literally.
Yeah, I thought, what did you... That took stones to do that. Really, it did. But yeah, I just can't imagine how anybody would want to steal Christmas things. Well, anything. Hell, if you can't work for a living, hey, deal with that. Don't steal the one that does work. But I was going to make this comment, Steve. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene is about ready to go look to become a part of some think tank. I just have that. I look for her when she leaves Congress. She'll never regret it. We'll never regret her leaving, because remember her little buddy. I can't remember what year it was. Through that hellacious spit. Remember that jackleg by the name of, was right on the tip, Matt Getz out of Florida?
Yeah, right.
Him and her was so tied up, their famous words always was no. They would say no to God if they felt like they could get by with it. I mean, I'm sorry. Maybe we can find somebody who will be a hell of a lot better than... But like I said, because I want to tell you the joke between me and Red Mule. We thought Getz and her had something going on. Really, we did, because just way their actions. And I don't say I could probably not been proven wrong, but anyway. Steve, I seen something, and it's a damnable offense in my opinion. Did you happen to catch what came out of Chicago? I think it came out of Chicago. You remember here last week when a Hispanic lady took her car and rammed that Border Patrol's vehicle?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see where they dropped the charges against that bitch?
That's not surprising.
And But Steve, yeah, he says it's not surprising, but I come back to the point. I think, remember that family back during the Obama administration that we had Obama's chasing, I think, because Harry Reid was all. Remember the name of Clyde Bundy and all that crowd up there and got chased up out of Nevada and went clear to Oregon? I'm sorry, I was against that situation at that time. I was on the government side, to tell you the truth, because they had owed the government a little bit of money. You know, I come back and say, I think the government, way they are treating all these illegals, and the way the judges are going over the line against President Trump, I think we as a nation owe the Bundy family a hell of an apology, because at least they were legally here. I don't know, just kind of way I looked at it, but I don't know. But still there, Steve?
Yeah, I was going to update you on talking about in the case of Chicago, when I said I'm not surprised they released her. I mean, it's that's pale in comparison to this case. Recall last week news of another event on one of the trains. Several months ago, it was the Ukrainian girl stabbed in the neck, died on the train. Was that North Carolina? Last week, it was in Chicago. Very similar scenario. A young white girl just sitting there minding her own business, looking at her phone. Guy comes over, throws gasoline on her and lights her on fire, walks away, and he said, "Burn, bitch." Wow. Now, when you get the rest of the story on who this individual was and, well, this animal, why was he even on the streets? Why was he not behind bars? And it gets worse from there. In Cook County, Illinois, a judge dismissed pleas from the state prosecutor that this habitual criminal that set the 26-year-old woman on fire had been likely to randomly attack someone else again if she released him, according to the court records. I can't keep everybody in jail because the state's attorney wants me to, says the judge, Teresa Molina Gonzalez. In a hearing in late August, CWB Chicago reported from a court transcript federal authorities last week charged 50-year-old Lawrence Reed with filling up a bottle with gasoline, boarding Chicago's Blue Line 20 minutes later, dousing the young woman with the fuel, lighting her on fire. U.S. Attorney Andrew Boutros told a news conference the attack was unprovoked, random. The woman, who was indeed identified over the weekend, remains in critical condition at a burn unit in the Windy City. But this guy, Reed, Lawrence Reed, you talk about a criminal history. 50 arrests and multiple felony convictions over the past 30 years. He was placed by the judge on an ankle monitor on an aggravated battery charge in late August. In that case, he allegedly hit a social worker at a Chicago area psychiatric hospital. The defendant randomly, spontaneously became irate in this situation where the victim was just trying to do her job as a social worker. Suffered injuries so severe that she still has side effects on a daily basis. Nothing to indicate the defendant was provoked in that case. Well, when Reed approached the young woman in the fire attack last week, he allegedly yelled out on the train, it was, "Burn alive, bitch." According to the affidavit, she initially fled inside the car. Reed then picked up the bottle, which was now on fire, approached her, set her on fire, using the bottle, stood and watched as the body was engulfed in flames. She was almost fully engulfed in flames, trying to put it out by rolling on the floor of the train car. When the train stopped, she was still on fire, exited the train, collapsing on the platform. The fact this took place on the Chicago Transit Authority rail system, allowing the U.S. Attorney's Office to charge Reed with a federal domestic terrorism offense. Now, previous reports show that there have been violent attacks before on the transit system, including the fatal shooting of 4 passengers last year, a fatal stabbing in June, as well as an ongoing petty criminal activity on the trains. But you see this trend in case after case. They've got the mug shots of this guy, the rap sheet going back decades. How are these animals out walking the streets? And we've talked to Pappy on more than one occasion about that, just the revolving door. What's going on, Pappy?
And Steve, these people, if you want to call them that, will charge a good Samaritan who tries to step in and protect any of these people. We saw that out of New York, where they charged that guy with murder when he stepped in and stopped that guy with threatening people. And one African-American lady said she feared for her life the way this guy was acting. Marine stepped in. Unfortunately, the guy died. He died as a result of his own actions, as far as I'm concerned. Steve, there was something that came up a week ago. I heard in the news there was a dude that was arrested. He assaulted a known female. Another one of these, in and out the door type things. Guy had a lengthy record. Judge released him. An hour later, this time, he showed up with a baseball bat and beat the same woman. We're hearing this time after time after time after time.
Yep.
It has to be done by design. They want chaos in the streets. That's all there is to it. I hate to say this, man. I never thought. Should we really start looking at these judges? If you got somebody with a violent criminal history, long violent criminal history, and they commit a violent crime against another person, and that judge just releases them without no bail, maybe we ought to start looking at locking these judges up. I don't know. We're walking a slippery slope there, but
these are
all George Soros.
When the judge is on record saying, I can't keep everybody in jail just because the state's attorney wants me to. Really?
Steve, it just boggles the mind, man. Just boggles the mind. Good buddy of mine at work, a lieutenant, one rank higher than me. I actually trained him. He's about ready to graduate the FBI commander's school. It's about an 8-week course down in Langley. And anyway, he sent me some photos today. He took a tour of the George H. Bush aircraft carrier, CVA-77. It's pretty cool, man. They let him go up, and the captain sit in the captain's chair up in the tower there. Was out on the flight deck. Showed him the brig. I sent him a message back. I said, hey, man, you know he was the CIA director back in the early, mid-'70s. Did you know that? George H. Bush, CIA director. See, he was the first one when he was president, when he gave a speech, the very first one to utter them words, New World Order.
Right.
Listen, Steve, man, listen, I gotta kind of disagree with everybody here on this Margie Taylor Greene thing. I kind of liked her. She ain't no rhino. She had no problem coming out and telling these Democrats exactly what they needed to be told. She had no problem holding back. That's what we need in there, man. We need some fighters. So I'm not jumping on this bandwagon where she's a loudmouth, need to get her out of here. That's all she does is talk. Listen, man, we're fighting not only the Democrats, Steve, we're fighting the Republicans.
And that
it's the Democrats / Republicans versus MAGA. Go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, we've got enough issues to contend with without fighting amongst the party inside the party.
Well, the party inside the party, Steve, it's not the party. These Republicans, man, have no balls. You know, when Trump was talking about draining the swamp, he was talking about Republicans, too. They're part of the problem. I'm not sure. Did she give a statement yet why she's talking about resigning?
The only headline I saw yesterday, something akin to she doesn't want to be treated like an abused spouse, whatever that meant.
I think there's going to be more. I think big Trump supporter. A little disheartening to come. I don't know why he said that unless you can inform me. I haven't heard. But Trump comes out and calls her a traitor. What's the reasoning behind that? Is there something I'm missing here?
She was on board, before Trump changed his mind about releasing the Epstein files. She was all on with the Democrats supporting that. She was on board with extending the Affordable Care Act subsidies. She's talking about people can't afford those premiums. We have to address that issue. And I think those are the two things that come top of the mind.
I mean, if she was on board with trying to make some concessions to get that bill passed, I know the House leader made a comment. Well, I don't want to say he made concessions, but there was an agreement that it would be discussed in the future. So unless she went beyond that and was willing to make concessions, that's a no-go in my book. But I think for the most part, when we look at her record overall, she was a fighter. Not taking no crap from the Democrats or Republicans or the rhinos. We want to talk about fighting amongst ourselves. Did you see these two emails I just sent you?
Yeah, and that's the first I've seen any of that.
So we had this prosecutor by the name of Ed Martin. He's the one responsible and stepping up to the plate to get these indictments on Comey and looking at Adam Schiff pressing the issue here to get these indictments done. So the deputy director of the attorney general is now wanting to go after Ed Martin, wants to throw him in prison. This Todd Blanche dude needs to go. He was one of Trump's attorneys. He's really a Democrat. He got him off the Mar-a-Lago raid deal, which was a no-brainer anyway, Steve. Right? I mean, that raid was just unconstitutional to begin with. So any junior law student could have got him out of that. So anyway, Trump's putting this guy up on the high horse. Cause, hey, look what he did for me. Got that old Mar-a-Lago thing. Steve, I'm hearing bad things about, you know how we talk about there's people inside Trump's administration is trying to sabotage him. This is one of the dudes. He needs to go. He needs to be fired yesterday. All right, bud. Hey, man. Thanksgiving week. Got the week off. I think it's supposed to rain, though, next 3 days.
Yeah, got rainy days ahead. That's what they're saying.
Yeah. I didn't like hearing what you said about this cold weather jumping in here in a couple weeks.
Yeah, they're talking about the December the 8th time frame. And, I mean, some of the models are depicting it's going to be really, really cold, and then there's going to be storms, and we're going to be in a zone where we could see a lot of snow, maybe? Uh-oh. All right, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Democratic Representative Jason Crow faced tough questioning from Martha McCullum on Fox News after urging service members to defy illegal orders while refusing to state which orders have been illegal.
Donald Trump has made a series of very disturbing comments and suggestions that would violate U.S. law and put our military in terrible position.
Again, we're getting nowhere.
I
don't want to wait about an order.
I don't want to wait until that happens to remind our troops of their obligation, because then it'll be too late.
Crow cited past strikes in Iran and drug-running ships, but McCallum called the guidance vague and potentially confusing for troops. Crow defended the advice as moral clarity Israel says their warplanes killed a senior Hezbollah leader in a weekend airstrike in Lebanon.
The IDF attacked the Hezbollah chief of staff in the heart of Beirut, who led the strengthening and arming of the terrorist organization.
The Prime Minister's office confirmed that strike, which the Lebanese Health Ministry reports left 5 dead and more than 24 injured. Israel says they may escalate military action in Lebanon and Gaza if disarmament under the U.S.-led ceasefire does not advance. The body of Celeste Rivas has been frozen, and the cause of death cannot be determined according to reports from TMZ.
The LA County Medical Examiner received the body in what's being called horrible condition. Multiple body parts and limbs had apparently been frozen and thawing while sitting in the trunk of singer David's Tesla back in September. The LAPD is viewing Rivas's death as a homicide, and earlier this week it was reported that David was now being looked at as a suspect. TMZ also reports there is a second suspect. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro was arrested after authorities said he tampered with his ankle monitor and appeared to be plotting an escape ahead of beginning a prison sentence for a failed coup. Brazil's Supreme Court cited a high possibility that he planned to flee. Bolsonaro denies trying to escape and plans to appeal. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
And how much fraud are we talking about just in those loans? $3.6 billion.
Former Phoenix anchor Stephanie Hockridge has been sentenced to 10 years in federal prison for a $63 million COVID-era PPP loan fraud scheme. Prosecutors say she and her husband faked documents to secure larger loans and charged kickbacks. She'll serve her time at the same Texas prison camp that houses Ghislaine Maxwell and Elizabeth Holmes. New York City Mayor-elect Zoran Mandani says affordability was the focus of his first meeting with President Trump on Friday. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Mandani called it an opportunity to help lower the cost of living for New Yorkers.
And I found in the meeting that I had with the president a productive one, and a meeting that came back again and again to the central themes of the campaign that we ran: the cost of housing, the cost of childcare, the cost of groceries, the cost of utilities.
Trump expressed confidence that Mandani will be effective in office, and both men downplayed past campaign insults. A holiday food giveaway in California is without the main dish.
A truck carrying nearly 500 turkeys for the You Are Important Foundation's grab-and-go food distribution in Lake Elsinore was stolen. It happened on Saturday. Organizers say they stepped away for a quick break, and when they came back, the truck and all the turkeys meant for needy families were gone. Eyewitness News reports the foundation is hoping nearby local businesses have security cameras that capture the theft. I'm Sharon Reardon.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding is at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we pick up right there as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. Now it's off to the, well, for many folks, a short work week. Thanksgiving time is here. And hello to Billy. Morning, Steve, the Overnight Drive, folks. Happy greatest day of the week. Hello to Vision Pro, who says, in regards to the revolving door in the jail cells, the judges allowing these people back on the streets over and over, he said the mental illness in this country is rampant. County jails know it. And he said he says in many cases they don't want those people in their cells. That could very well be a part. And he also said, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think she was planning to leave long before she ever officially announced it. But, yeah, like Pappy said, she's probably going to have a little bit more to say here in the coming days. What prompted her decision. But under industry headlines, it was last week, Oklahoma, again, they've had this Operation Guardian, I think it is. Numerous occasions out there arresting illegals, arresting non-domiciled CDL holders with expired licenses or no license, and illegals. Last week was yet another operation where they partnered with Immigration and Custom Enforcement. It was just a 12-hour special emphasis parole, they say, that involved a large number of commercial vehicle inspections. It was actually a week ago today along State Highway 69 in Bryan County, Oklahoma, part of the larger Operation Guardian effort that's been taking place over the last few months. A statement said the purpose of the Oklahoma Highway Patrol and ICE Patrol was to disrupt criminal activity and threats to public safety. Troopers conducted 160 commercial motor vehicle inspections, as well as making hundreds of passenger vehicle contacts. Of the commercial vehicles inspected, 7 illegal aliens were cited for violation of the English language proficiency. Troopers said 76 illegal aliens were taken into custody for immigration violations. And this, again, was a 12-hour detail. They highlighted several notable apprehensions during the partnered patrol. During this emphasis, 2 individuals apprehended just north of the Texas border, trafficking 160 pounds of marijuana in possession of a firearm and body armor while committing this felony. 9 of the illegals apprehended are expected to be charged with other felony crimes. The illegal aliens apprehended this week have prior criminal histories for drug possession, DUI, hit and run, property theft, soliciting prostitution, disorderly conduct, illegal entry into the U.S. Through Governor Kevin Stitt and the Department of Public Safety Commissioner, Oklahoma is addressing this threat head on and has quickly become the national leader in apprehension of criminal illegal aliens. I guess as the case in Florida, apparently all Oklahoma Highway Patrol troopers are credentialed by ICE to actually enforce immigration violations. In the past 2 months alone, Oklahoma Highway Patrol has apprehended approximately 500 criminal illegal aliens, some of which have significant criminal histories: child sexual abuse, vehicular homicide, money laundering, human smuggling, domestic assault and battery, burglary. Oklahoma, really cracking down, doing their thing. All right, meanwhile, coming up, we'll get to Horse Feathers is on board and see if Eagle's hanging in there. Are you with us, Eagle? Good morning.
Yeah, I'm awake now. Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead, Eagle. What's that? How's your weekend?
Yeah, I'm still out here on the road. I told you I'm headed home now. I should be, man. Yeah, I should be home by tomorrow, hopefully, when I call you tomorrow night. I should be at home by then, hopefully, if I don't hit too much traffic. Yeah, if I don't hit all this damn traffic going through Dallas tomorrow, I'll be, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with this traffic. So far, it's not too bad. A lot of people, I guess, they waiting until the last minute to head to their destinations because traffic is not too bad this weekend. Wasn't that many cars on the road, but I was surprised. I thought this weekend was going to be crazy, but wasn't too bad, But I think Tuesday and Wednesday probably going to be a madhouse. People trying to go to where they get where they got to go.
Yeah.
I don't know how much, but you know something, Steve. Before I get started on football and politics, I remember a couple of weeks ago, I told you I was scared to check the price of the turkeys. Well, my girlfriend, she went to go get the turkey this weekend. And, she told me that they round the prices she's seen 50, 60, from $50 to $60 is the price most people are paying. I don't know. Depends on what size you get, but I heard it's going to cost you at least $40 to $50 in that range, or even more. It depends on what state you're in. Maybe New York and California might be paying more than that. I don't know. But that's what she told me on the prices. I haven't had a chance to go to Walmart yet, check out the prices. But, so anybody that's wanting to buy a turkey, you better make sure you got some money before you go to the store and purchase the thing. Unless you're one of those people that's got that SNAP card that Donald Trump was trying to let the people shut off and put it back in the operation. But Steve, getting to football right quick before the politics thing. It was a wild weekend. Again, didn't really have no major upsets. Well, I only had one upset that I can think of right now. So that takes a little bit of heat off of the Georgia Bulldogs. Because Georgia Tech lost. They played a rivalry game this weekend, Friday, either Saturday, Georgia Tech and Georgia. So Georgia Tech lost the other night, and then Ohio State they keep winning, but I don't know why they do it. It seems like they said before, every team play a weak game before they play their rivalry game. Ohio State, they didn't play nobody. They blew them guys up. So we'll see what they do against Michigan. We'll see what they do against Michigan, ruin their whole season. They'll still go to the bowl. They'll still be in the playoffs, even if they lose this game. Plus, they go into the Big 12 championship. So Ohio State, they still be involved in the situation, even if they lose, because they only have one loss, but they still need to win the game. So, in the big game is down in Texas, where I live at. I'm definitely going to be watching that. Is Texas and Texas A&M. We'll find out how good Texas A&M is come next week.
Yep.
They got a lot on they got a lot on the line, so that's a big game down here in Texas. So I'm definitely gonna be watching that one. So they got a lot of good games. The NFL, I had a couple of good ball games on the day I watched, but it looks like clearly from Sunday Night Football, even though I don't like them, is the Los Angeles Rams might be one of the best teams in football. But the guy I got to give the most credit to right now in football, Steve, is in the NFL is the guy Vrabel in New England. New England was a nobody for the last 3 to 4 years after Belichick had left, and this guy here, they got the best record in football right now. The New England Patriots, I think they 10-2 or 9-3 or something like that. And I think they barely won 3 or 4 games before he got there. He's definitely the coach of the year. He turned New England around from in one year. It's his first season with New England, and he already got them on the winning track. So he's definitely the coach of the year from what I've seen in NFL. Now, into the politics deal here with Russia. There's a part of the equation that they're not talking about in the seal. Maybe I'm missing something. Donald Trump gave Ukraine an ultimatum over the weekend, Friday, saying that they got to sign this deal by Thanksgiving or Thursday, or Donald Trump was through with them. He was wiping his hands clean, and he said they can continue fighting all they want to fight, but the U.S. won't be involved in the deal. But there's a other part about this deal. See, I don't think Donald Trump, maybe his people are talking to Vladimir Putin, but it don't seem like it to me, because last time I checked, I still haven't heard Vladimir Putin say that he wanted a damn truce, that he wanted the war to end. Last time I checked, I've heard Vladimir Putin say anything about ending the war. Even when he came to the United States in Alaska a couple of months ago, I never heard him say. As far as that's the thing Donald Trump needs to be concerned with. We know that Lazinski want to end the war, but it takes two to end the thing. And like I said, now maybe am I missing something, Steve? Have you heard Vladimir Putin say he wanted to end the war? I haven't.
Not that I've heard. No, there's been some of his other representatives for the Kremlin, but not Putin himself.
Okay, well that's what I'm trying to say. That's the reason why I'm not. That's the reason why Thursday don't really mean nothing to me, to be honest, because I need to hear from Vladimir Putin. I need to hear from his point of view. What the hell he talking? What is he thinking on the deal? So we'll see what happens come Thursday. But me personally, I think the first of the year, January 1st, guess what? We'll still be talking about. We'll still be talking about Vladimir Putin and Russia and Lazinski fighting each other. I got a real bad feeling Thursday don't mean nothing. Yeah. Now let's talk about this woman. Let's talk about this woman in Georgia, MTG, right quick. Over the weekend, as I was driving on Friday, Steve, I kept seeing messages on my phone, but I couldn't stop to check and see what the hell was going on. I kept seeing MTG this, MTG that. But I couldn't pick up the phone. And I was like, what's going on with her? What's the situation with her? And finally I get to the truck stop, and I turned on my phone, and then I see this message that MTG has decided this January is going to be her last day in Congress. I was in complete shock when I seen that. That was the last thing I was expecting to see, was her to move on. Now, the question is, I've been seeing things. I've been seeing these things on the over the last couple of days. I don't know if it's true or not, but they claim that MTG is worth over $20 million now, $25 billion, and people are saying that she did some inside deals, trading. Where did she get all that money from? She's only been in Congress, I think they say 4 or 5 years, on a $700,000. I don't know how much money she made, but. The rumor is that she's valued at over $25 million. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I'm hearing. But she's claiming that she got out of the game because she's been receiving death threats, her family and her kids and other people because of her associate. Well, I believe it had something to do with the Epstein files, because she was one of the people on TV last week,
right,
just talking about her that was standing in front of the TV in front of all those women, saying that she wanted the stuff released, and then 2 or 3 days later she's out of the game. So I don't know what happened with her situation. You know, she talked away. A lot of people saying that she might have another agenda in 2028. They saying that she might be one of those. She might be talking about getting into the presidential race in 28. That might be why she's getting out of Congress. Maybe she got something else on her mind. But either way, the way I see it with her, Steve, she talked her way right out of the politics situation. She talked her way right out of Congress. You know, I like the way she talked before the election. She was a strong supporter. I ain't gonna never say nothing bad about her on that, because she was one of the biggest supporters for Donald Trump down in Georgia. And she helped Donald Trump get a lot of votes in Georgia. But somewhere along the line, they came off the tracks, and I believe, like I told you, I think that Donald Trump, I think that she felt like she should have got a job in the administration, because you see all these other women that are working for Donald Trump, and I think she thought that she was going to get some kind of gig in that deal, and it didn't turn out. Because I remember, I don't know if you remember, Steve, a couple of weeks before the election, they said that Donald Trump had went down to Georgia, and MTG was waiting for him at the airport on the runway, and Donald Trump walked right by her like he didn't see her. She was standing there looking real stupid, because Donald Trump he totally ignored her. And I think that's where it all began. Because, like I said, she talked a little bit too much, and I think she was almost an embarrassment to Donald Trump at some point. And I think that's why he didn't want nothing to do with her. And she's on a revenge tour right now. That's the reason why, because that's the reason why she was standing up for these Epstein files and these other women, because she's trying to take Donald Trump down. So, like I said, Donald Trump better be real careful with her over the next few months. Get his lawyers because I believe that she's going to be she's going to be trying to in the background trying to get some bad information out about Donald Trump, due to the fact that their relationship broke apart. So Donald Trump better keep a real close eye on MTG, right, because she could cause him a lot of problems in the future. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, I saw some of the, what do they call it, rumors, rumblings. There was some news outlet reported that she had aspirations of running for president in 2028. And she responded to that that is false information, fake news. She has no interest in running for president. I don't think she'd stand a chance of winning anyway, but there's way too many others that would be in the field, potentially. I mean, last week it was rumors that Ted Cruz was going to make another run. Now, would he do that with J.D. Vance in the mix? J.D.'s obviously going to be the front runner leading up. I'm sure there's probably going to be several in the field. How crowded it might get for 2028, who knows? But that's a long ways off. As far as her net worth, you mentioned, did a quick search, and estimated net worth of MTG, $25 million. No idea what her net worth was prior to becoming a member of the House, how she made her money. I guess I have to do a little more investigating to get to the bottom of that. Let me see. Let me get down to, is it Eric checking in? Morning, Eric.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Hey, just to respond to Pappy stole a lot of my thunder. He said a lot of the same things I was going to say, but what was it, Friday night, I believe it was, when she resigned, she did post a 10 to 12-minute video on X about her resignation. I didn't listen to it, but I know there's some more details in there.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I'm just kind of baffled. I don't know, maybe somebody else can fill me in, but I don't know of anything that she has said over the previous weeks or whatever that could possibly be treasonous. I don't know why he's coming down so hard on her. The only thing that I can really think of, she went on The View, she went on CNN, and I watched those interviews. I didn't hear her say anything negative about Trump. Actually, quite the opposite.
Yeah.
But I do know she was saying a lot about America first, and we're spending all these billions of dollars in these other countries when we're $38 trillion in debt, and we have all the homeless people here that we need to take care of our own problems. So, yeah, I was just kind of curious if somebody else could chime in, like, am I missing something? Like, I don't really get why he's coming down so hard on her.
Yeah, and he used the word traitors.
But that's all I really got. Like,
yep. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Eric. Yeah, you calling her a traitor. Is it because she wasn't, in lockstep with initially not releasing the Epstein files? He changed his mind. That's all in the works now. The paperwork, I think, Friday officially had been filed. Yeah, the Department of Justice Friday filed the motion in federal court in New York, seeking to unseal the grand jury testimony in the wake of the legislation that was signed by the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. The Justice Department asking the court to authorize the Department of Justice to release the grand jury transcripts, lift any pre-existing protective orders that would otherwise prevent public disclosure. So they're moving forward as they promised they would. But we've been saying all along, it's 3 times already the courts have opted not to release this stuff. Will it be any different this time around? With the House and the Senate, the legislation saying it may not be released anyway. The courts have the final say. It's not Pam Bondi. It's not Donald Trump that has the final say. The courts do. But she was on the bandwagon to release, and at one point, President Trump was kind of miffed at that. And yes, during the actual government shutdown, she was siding, I don't know if you'd say siding, but kind of using the Democrat talking points that, we need to extend, these people cannot afford to have their insurance rate skyrocket. That kind of PO'd the president as well. 844-844-3388. News break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Mark Kelly is defending a video urging troops to disobey illegal orders from President Trump, saying it's needed to push back. The Arizona Democrat appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Is we reiterated what basically is the rule of law, that members of the military cannot follow illegal orders.
Trump slammed the lawmakers as committing high-level sedition and said they should be in jail, while Democrats note service members must refuse unlawful orders. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says U.S. negotiators made major progress on a draft plan to end the war in Ukraine following a full day of talks in Geneva. Rubio calls it the most productive session yet, saying only a few key issues remain and none are insurmountable. Ukraine's President Zelensky says Trump's team is finally hearing Kiev, and both sides hope to reach a deal soon, though Russia will ultimately have to sign off. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, MediShare members like it. We know this from member surveys. They like it a lot. It's a proven thing now. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. Here's the thing, too. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they will waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. Again, the deadline is November 30th, so call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404 404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here. Scratching McGroin. Scratching McGroin. Love the handle. In regards to Marjorie Taylor Greene, he said she's not for deportations of illegals working construction. Dollars and cents. Yes, she had about $750,000 5 years ago. Now estimated $25 million, which, things that make you go, okay, thank you. Appreciate you doing the quick search there. Before we get back to other industry headlines, shifting gears to Ilhan Omar, now breaking her silence after learning some individuals from her home country of birth are finally going to be sent back. Cassandra McDonald reported President Trump delivered a brutal Friday night nuke to the Somali enclave in Minneapolis, announcing the immediate termination of temporary protected status for Somalis. This opens the door to rapid deportation in the heart of Omar's district. The termination of that protected status for these Somali migrants after years of exploding crime and what has now been uncovered, massive feeding our future Medicaid fraud that saw some of that stolen money actually funneled to the Al-Shabaab terror group. Omar responded to the news hours later after seeing a Trump fan mock her by saying, "It's over, Elon. Go back where you came from. Deportations are coming," courtesy of the real Donald Trump. Not surprisingly, she was not amused to see that. She arrogantly claimed that this policy will have no effect on her or any Somalis that MAGA supposedly hates. "I am a citizen, and so are majority of Somalis in America," she said. Good luck celebrating a policy change that really doesn't have much impact on the Somalis you love to hate. But she might want to rethink that statement. McDonald notes the vast majority of Somali temporary protected status holders live in Minnesota, which contains the largest Somali population in the country, somewhere between 80 and 100,000. And Ilhan Omar's congressional district contains the epicenter of them. Moreover, Somali gangs are linked to violent crime, human trafficking, and now confirmed terror financing through stolen taxpayer dollars. Immigration and Customs Enforcement data consistently shows more than 4,000 Somali nationals currently have final orders of removal and are subject to deportation. There's also, as we know, speculation on Elon's own status that could be at risk, considering there is considerable evidence she committed immigration fraud by allegedly marrying her brother. That's been in and out of the headlines for years. We do know President Trump has certainly taken notice. While this temporary protected status policy would not apply to Omar specifically at this point, her words could come back to haunt her if the administration ever decides to seriously pursue a case against her. Couldn't happen to a nicer individual, right? Because she, in her own words, she has said her allegiance is to her country of birth, Somalia. But yes, she is a sitting representative in the United States Congress. How does that happen? Essentially, that means when you put your hand up and swear to uphold the Constitution of the United States and fight enemies, both foreign and domestic, that had to be nothing less than a lie coming from her. See what Vic has on his mind. Also, I think, in regards to Marjorie. Well, morning, Vic.
Yeah, Friday night you said got some more stuff. We'll discuss that next week. I think your wagon kind of got loaded up a little bit more over the weekend there.
It did.
But as far as Marjorie Taylor Greene, I believe her family owns a trucking and construction company. Now, whether that had anything to do with her wealth or not, or if she has other, foreigners of some kind or another hired to work there, or if they were getting hit by that Affordable Care Act. Because off the top of my head, I was thinking that they were making employers, they had to carry insurance on their employees if they were full-time employees, but somehow they could get around it if they were part-time. I might be wrong on that, but it seemed like I remember that was part of it. And as far as the Epstein thing, if she's that concerned about it, maybe she needs to look and see. I don't know if you remember this or your family ever told you about it, but there was a call girl ring of housewives around Atlanta here a few years back. And also at one time, Atlanta was one of the destinations for pedophiles. So I know Atlanta, right there, outside the edge of her district, but I think it's the 14th district, and it goes down. They don't call it Fort Bend. I think they might call it Fort Eisenhower or something like that anymore. But it's a pretty conservative area down there in Georgia. And the other thing is, at one time, that area of Georgia actually seceded from the state of Georgia way back in the 1800s, and then they came back into it. So I don't know what her and Trump got crosswise about, but I do know that she didn't. She wasn't wanting them to end the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act, and she was always talking about somebody and her family and how much more it was going to cost. And then this whole Epstein thing, as you mentioned, there's only certain things that Trump can do on that because they had a grand jury investigation. And you see what happened with Comey because somebody messed up on that and then dot all their I's, cross all their T's, and now Comey might walk on a technicality.
Yep.
So I think when Trump called her a traitor, I don't think he meant a traitor to the country. It was just a traitor to the cause, and what he was trying to get done. And that whole government shutdown, my personal feeling is Trump was just beginning to make too much progress, and they had to cut down, try to slow him down, say what they used to say, cut off his steam. And it was a little bit aggravating to see people not just getting on board to get past that and get the government shutdown ended, because it was taking quite a toll on everything. And that's like on that health care thing. I don't know why they're making such a fuss about that, because when you're on Medicare right now, they do have something called a health savings account, but that's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I tried to get on that, and they said, no, you can't because you're worth too much. And you had to be almost broke before they let you get on. And it's like, well, wait a second. Shouldn't somebody like myself, shouldn't we be allowed to get on a health savings account rather than take us to Medicare Part B, rather than the people that were kind of just scraping by? Because I could have structured my own, because they pay you so much a year on that health savings account, and I could have taken that money and structured my own health insurance and been way better off than what I have now. And it's an advantage plan, and so far they have done pretty good on everything. But there is a solution out there, and if they would get that in, then that would end all the subsidies to the insurance companies. And that's the other thing too. It's really not subsidizing the individual; it's subsidizing the insurance company, and that's just one thing. So, and the other thing too is I was talking about the other Georgia politics. I still have some family down there, but they're like the third generation, I guess I would say, and they're not as active as the other ones. The other ones have pictures of Newt Gingrich when he was first run for Congress, and the one had his thing, had Newt Gingrich's name on his bass boat, and I looked at the name when man, that's an odd looking name. Yeah, I know that guy who something or whatever, but he didn't. Like I said, he's deceased now. The relative that kind of helped Newt get off and get started, and he was the reason I mentioned him was he was in the carpet business, and he almost went bankrupt, and he needed some money because some people over in the Mideast decided they wouldn't pay for the carpeting, And so they said, well, you go down there around Plains, Georgia, and talk to Burt Lance. And Burt Lance, he was actually President Carter's financial director until somebody got upset that he was bringing in Arab money. Now then, Trump's running around bringing in all this Arab money and crowing about it. But back in the 70s, it was actually illegal to take too much money from the Arabs. So that's just kind of some of the stuff that's went on. But the big thing is, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene, I have no idea what it is or what got her all upset, but she had a very, very poor thought process, is about all I can say. Oh, excuse me, is about all I can say. But I don't understand where she's coming from. I know a little bit of background. And if you go to Rome, Georgia, you can't drive through Rome, Georgia. You got a great big bypass around it. Now you used to have to go down there to that paper mill all the time. And then that's whenever I used to pick up that big old heavy rolls of paper and go over across into Alabama there at the LSU place has a big hill fort. That's where the Alabama singers are from. But anyway, that's the big long hill. You have to have a real steep turn at the bottom.
Right.
But I don't. I just don't understand where she's coming from. I just hope she's not vindictive enough or foolish enough to try to sabotage Trump's thing. And in Georgia, they have to have a special election, and the governor will have to call that, and it's up to the governor to call that. And it's kind of odd she would do that, because that's going to be an expense to Georgia, and they could have just waited, primaried, and then she could have just went on out the door. So
right.
I don't know what her incentive was, but she kept fussing about Epstein and everything, and that will get you a lot of death threats. So I don't doubt what she's getting death threats, but I don't think it has anything whatsoever to do with Trump saying that she was a traitor. Nobody considered her a traitor to the country, maybe to Trump's cause, but not to the country. So I'll just let it go with that there, Steve.
All right, Vic. Hey, good to hear from you. Have a greatest day of the week, a Monday.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator, because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We started off hour number one and grumpy. He had some thoughts about Marjorie Taylor Greene. So welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, she's battled out a couple of times with Lauren Boebert. That her and them two got into it about some comments that they had made. She tried to oust Mike Johnson. She brought a House vote on that, and I think 43 other congressmen attached themselves to that. Her biggest gripe right now, I think, is the fact that during this whole deal with Israel, she made a couple of comments that that divided the party up pretty good. I mean, they were pretty mad about it. Said if Netanyahu hadn't bombed Israel or hadn't bombed Iran wouldn't be bombing them right now. She made something to that effect. Anyway, she was blaming Netanyahu for that comment. Of course, her and that dumbass Crockett got into an argument, on the House floor, and she wound up losing a House seat, one of the committee seats because of she got popped a couple of times for things that she said, but still, the woman supported Trump, and I mean she did ask for the continuation or an extension on to open the government back up if on the healthcare stuff. But of course, she got shunned from that really quick from from the party. But still, I can't see why Trump has to constantly name call people like that, call her traitor and all this other stuff. It don't do the damn party any good. All it makes it look like there's more division there than what there actually is. And the Republicans better get their act together because midterms are coming up. They better do something about health care. I mean, we're looking at $2,400 and something a damn month for health insurance, right now. And that's just, everything's going through the roof, on top of what we're already paying. And man, I tell you, it's just, they're not doing what they should do. And that's, they're not out there talking up the economy and stuff. I mean, hell, we're still seeing fuel price, diesel prices through the roof, and fuel surcharges can't seem to catch up to it. It just it fluctuates damn much, but it don't go down that much. And I don't know, man. I tell you, I look at it, Steve, and I'm just whether or not she needs to resign, I don't know. I think we're losing a seat on that, but she just seems like a person that she's not going to stick around, which I really don't care. I mean, about her, I don't like the woman. I think she's I think her when she was elected, her and a couple others, their contention was that they will be the Republican part of the squad, the counter it, and they kind of started a bunch of fights where they don't need. But she made that comment about kids that had Down syndrome, about something about being retard or something like that, and one of the fathers called her out on that. So she's been this firebrand from day one. She's constantly just in an argument with somebody. But what I think what really put the icing on the cake was Trump, for whatever reason, and I still don't understand why. He just wanted to keep the Epstein files quiet, and keep them here, and not release the stuff. And she wanted full disclosure on it, which this is, I agree that it was asinine for our Congress to vote on releasing, making public what's in the Epstein files. Why in the hell would they spend taxpayer dollars on something as stupid as that? I mean, that shouldn't be a hell of FOIA or to brought them out in the open. It didn't need Congress's. It's like it's this big, this fifth wheel of politics. Nobody wants to touch it. let's don't talk about the Epstein files because we don't know who's in there and we don't know who's going to have to, defend themselves against it. Epstein was a liar. I mean, that was a proven fact. And, they didn't have a file. Now they do have a file. They didn't have a file, and then, Pam Bondi kind of overextended her mouth when she said, the file's on my desk. Well, the damn file, was nearly 1 million pages long, so what part of the file was on your desk? Just a summary of everything, because the whole damn file wasn't on it. It'd take a U-Haul, or a 53-foot trailer to bring all that crap up there. But, this is what we're fighting right now in Congress, and it just makes no sense to me whatsoever. Trump can't breathe without the Democrats raising hell about how much air he's sucking in. And it just, the ridiculous thing is that there is no one, and I mean absolutely no one, that is voting for the people anymore, that is standing up for them. I mean, we got it seems like every Republican's having to either go on the defensive to beat back the Democrats when you got them little loudmouths like Jeffries. What the hell is wrong with him? Just looking at that guy, he looks evil. I mean, that's just a fact. He just looks like this thug, that he's not doing anything serving anyone except his wallet is what it seems to me. He's just trying to, keep enough crap going where they can stay in office. And it's, I think everybody in the United States right now that's listening to any kind of politics or seeing or reading up on anything, it's just sick of all this garbage. I think number one, and piss a few people off, I think Trump needs to shut his mouth. I really do. I think he needs to knock off this childish name calling, which is something that he does constantly, and just chill with that. I mean, just concentrate on getting through the midterms and getting his agenda passed, which has got a lot of good things.
Right, because the name calling does not come across as, presidential, to say the least, or professional. All right, hold the thought. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit Tell360.com to learn more.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payment. Call today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is doubling down on his criticism of a few Democratic lawmakers for telling military members to ignore certain orders.
In a pair of posts on his social website Saturday, the president said those lawmakers should be in jail right now, calling their message to members of the U.S. military sedition at its highest level. Trump added that many legal scholars agree that, in his words, Democrat traitors told the military to disobey my orders. In their video, the group of Democratic lawmakers, several of which are military veterans, did not say what orders would be illegal, but noted soldiers are required to refuse them. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says substantial progress was made in Geneva talks aimed at ending the Russia-Ukraine war. The discussions included Ukrainian and European officials.
I can tell you, I guess, that I feel very optimistic that we can get something done here because we made a tremendous amount of progress today.
Rubio added that President Trump is quite pleased with the talks, despite European concerns over Trump's 28-point peace plan, which would require Ukraine to cede some territory and limit its military, with a Thursday deadline to accept. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed the nation after the IDF killed Hezbollah's second-in-command, Ali Tabatabai, in Beirut. Netanyahu called Tabatabai a mass murderer and vowed Israel will not permit Hezbollah to rebuild, urging Lebanon's government to act. The strike marks the most aggressive Israeli action against Hezbollah since the 2024 ceasefire. President Trump is reportedly moving to designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign terrorist organization. That move has been in the works since his first presidency and would allow the U.S. to impose financial sanctions, travel bans, and law enforcement actions against that group. Representative Nancy Mace praised that effort, saying the Brotherhood doesn't just support terrorism, it inspires it. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
An Australian man who jumped a barricade and grabbed Ariana Grande at the Singapore premiere of Wicked for Good has been deported after serving 9 days in jail. Officials say he's now been banned from returning. Security tackled the man after co-star Cynthia Erivo intervened. Wisconsin authorities are searching for Morgan Geyser. That's one of the girls behind the 2014 Slender Man stabbing. She cut off her monitoring bracelet and fled a Madison group home on Saturday night. Police released recent surveillance images, urging anyone who sees her or knows about her whereabouts to call 911. New York City Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani is standing by his claim that President Trump is a fascist following their meeting at the White House on Friday.
Mamdani made the comment during an interview with NBC's Meet the Press.
Everything that I've said in the past, I continue to believe, and that's the thing that I think is important in our politics, is that we don't shy away from where we have disagreements, but we understand what it is that brings us to that table.
The Oval Office meeting between the two was their first since the Democratic Socialist was elected mayor. Both men brushed off questions about the insults they hurled at each other during Mamdani's campaign. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Carolina Panthers' first transgender cheerleader, who goes by the name of Justine Lindsay, says he was fired because he's trans. Lindsay, who spent 3 seasons with the Topcats, expressed feeling devastated but still appreciates the team. He plans to compete in the Miss International Queen pageant and produce a documentary about his NFL journey. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you so much. Get our final hour underway here on a Monday. Or should it feel like hump day? What day is Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving week is here. Everybody chomping at the bit to get on the road and over the hills, through the woods for a big Thanksgiving dinner with friends, family, loved ones, whatever the case may be. Nearly 82 million will be traveling 50 miles or more away from the home 20. I mean, we left off with the grump there. Yeah, I'm talking Marjorie Taylor Greene. I did have one more question I wanted to ask you, Grump, because you brought this up several times, where in the Trump administration, every time Donald Trump or his administration tries to do something within a matter of typically 24 to 48 hours, there's a federal judge stepping in to block. There's an injunction. You can't do that. You can't do that. I mean, even in the trucking industry here, just about a week ago, the executive order, the interim final rule in regards to non-domiciled CDLs. In steps the courts. You can't do this, or you're going to have to pause this. Someone shared the numbers, and it kind of boggled my mind. This really kind of brings it down to reality. Let's call it what it is. This is nothing less than what you would call a judicial coup. Look at the numbers. Yes, the numbers are correct. When it comes to nationwide court injunctions, going all the way back to the years of Jimmy Carter as president, 4 years of a Carter administration, there were 2 court injunctions. 8 years under Ronald Reagan, a total of 12 court injunctions issued. 4 years of George H.W. Bush, 4 court injunctions. 8 years of Bill Clinton, again, 12 injunctions. 8 years of George W. There were total 12 nationwide injunctions. 8 years of Barack Obama, a total of 20. 4 years of Joe Biden, 14 total injunctions. That is 78 total injunctions over 44 years of presidents before Donald Trump. Anyone like to take a gander at how many court injunctions, nationwide injunctions, have been issued against the Trump administration? 5 years of Trump. We had the first administration, 4 years, and now we're 1 year into his second 4 years. A total of 94 nationwide court injunctions. They're using the courts to stop this man more than every president combined for nearly half a century. Here's the part nobody wants to say out loud. This didn't happen by accident. These judges did not suddenly become political warriors, he says. Many of them are Soros-backed activists who've been waiting for the moment to go after Trump or anyone who dares to support him. Democrats couldn't beat him with votes, so they weaponized the courtroom. 94 injunctions, more than every president over 44 years combined. And it's time, he said, for the Republicans to stop whispering and hiding and stop acting scared. Do something. Because if you don't take a stand now, you'll be watching the same corrupt court system come after every conservative leader that follows. This is a judicial coup. Before I saw that, I had no idea that the numbers from Carter to Biden, all combined, I mean, that was 78 nationwide injunctions. Welcome back, Grump.
Yeah, it's not by accident that these judges, these activist judges, are selected and confirmed through the Senate. The problem is there's people out there that lobbies for them. There's groups that lobbies for certain judges, and of course, Trump can try to get as many conservative judges as he wants, because they have lifetime appointments, which I think is a mistake. I think 10 years ought to be it, even less than that probably, and rotate them in and out. And but you have these activist judges like what you're just saying, like Soros.
Mm-hmm.
They pay lobbying groups to try to get their names in front of the nomination, and they do it for a reason. It's for agenda passings or to block things. They have absolutely no, judicial authority to do half the things that they're doing right now, and that's why the Supreme Court slaps it down. Now, people can sit there and talk all the crap they want about the Supreme Court, saying, that hey, this is wrong, but that the Supreme Court's in Donald Trump's pocket or some garbage like that. But if they look at how many votes that the Supreme Court is unanimous on, and a lot of these judicial things are, of course, you're going to have a few. What's her name, Hirono or whatever, and then you got Brown, Jackson Brown. She's always going to vote against Trump. The only time she ever voted, in the same direction as Trump was, and she did a hell of a good job of it too, was in Colorado over the voting issue, but trying to keep him off the ballot. But this has been going on now, and you just named how many times that he's had these injunctions against him, and it has nothing to do with constitutional law or anything else. It has to do with political posturing is exactly what it is. And it's these judges, they need to be removed from the bench. If I was Congress, Congress ought to go in right now and try to get an amendment to the Constitution on getting rid of these idiots. Put term limits in there on judges. Hell, they ought to put term limits on Congress too. I don't think we'd have near the problems that we have today if they could only do 2 terms, 3 terms, maybe max. In the Congress, 6 years, and maybe 2 years as a senator, or 2 terms as a senator. I think one of the things that they're doing right now is hell, just the day after they're elected, they're out fundraising for their next campaign, and somewhere along the line we get lost and they forget about we the people, Steve. And it's about their political career, and nothing pisses me off worse than one of these guys say, for my entire career. It wasn't meant to be a career. It was never meant. None of the founders believe that they should have a lifetime in Congress. Look at Nancy Pelosi. What good is she? Strom Thurmond, there's another prime example. You know, it was costing the American taxpayers, you know, upwards to $8,000 a day just to have Strom Thurmond. You know, the ambulance had to bring him. They had to carry him in. Somebody had to sit there with him all day long, the doctor, you know, somebody. What good was he doing? You know, it was nothing more than a political stunt saying, you know, look at him. You know, he's the oldest living congressman, or, you know, it just turned your damn stomach. But Trump, you know, look, America wasn't ready for this, you know, when Trump came on, because he was pointing out every damn body in the swamp that there was, and they need to start in the courthouses. That would be the first place that you need to look in the swamp. When you have judges that are just turning criminals loose because they have this little warm, fuzzy feeling about them, they're not following the law, you know, the written law, the things that the bills and the laws that states pass or that's passed federally. They're not following it because they have great deference in how that they can react to the law. I mean, they can either go with what the law says. Hell, I seen a judge, people that he liked, he'd fine them $2 in court costs. People that he couldn't stand, he'd throw the book at them, and you know. And I told him one day, I said, that's ridiculous, man. You know, I mean, it's just. And he said, well, you know, some of these people, you know, they can't afford this. No, the fact was he was afraid of that bunch of idiots, you know. But they were the ones that, you know, that put him in office, and, you know, families and whatever, you know, with the big campaign donations and things. You arrest one of them for DUI, and let's just downgrade that to public intoxication, fine him $2 in court costs. You know, where's the fairness at? There is no fairness in law, but. You know, Lady Justice is supposed to be blind, and she's also supposed to follow the law. And a lot of these political activist judges, they just don't give a rat's ass. You know, these injunctions are for their political bias. That's all the hell they are. They're not anything to do with whether or not, you know, Trump has the legal authority to do that. They know damn well that he does. Now, there's a few things that is questionable about some of the stuff that he does. You know, I mean, he pushes the boundaries. And that should be tested through the law. That should be tested through the Supreme Court or whatever, or Congress. You know, they could look at it and say, you know, well, let's just validate this law. Let's go ahead and get a bill together. You know, and see if we can't get this right. You know, passed through Congress and through the Senate. That would be the proper way of doing things. But when you can sit and see these damn judges, Steve, that are rewriting laws. They're legislating from the bench. That is absolutely ridiculous, and they should be immediately removed or recused or something from that you know, testimony. They should be you know, just it should be public. I mean, they should bring all of that out in the public and say, look, what this judge is doing is nothing but trying to legislate from the bench. I mean, you know, we got 3 co-equal branches of government. But these idiots think that they are the only one that matters, that Congress, you know, they'll tell Congress what laws are legal and what's not. When it's passed and signed into law, it's legal. And it just, you know, the Secretary of State, go back over all the deportations and everything, and especially looking at the student visas and stuff like that Marco Rubio was rejecting. And you got a court sitting there going, you can't do that. Well, he did it anyway. Yeah, the hell I can't. You know, he's the only one in the United States, even over the president, that has the authority, the Secretary of State, to decide who comes in and out of this country. You know, it's his office that has to validate this stuff. And then you got some judge saying, no, let him in. Nope. You know, Rubio just said, no, we're not doing that. We're following the laws of the land. So they kind of backed off on that a little bit. But the crap that's going on right now with so many of these injunctions and stuff like that, it's nothing more than political activism.
And that's what that guy was talking about when he said it's time for the Republicans to grow a spine, right? Grow some kahunas and fight back. It's kind of, you were talking last hour about Ilhan Omar, not a bit happy about eliminating the temporary protected status. There's been a money laundering machine going on in Minnesota, which has been sending tons of money to a terror organization. It's our taxpayer dollars. President Trump via Truth Social. That's what he said Friday evening. Minnesota, under Governor Walz, is a hub of fraudulent money laundering activity. I am, as President of the United States, hereby terminating, effective immediately, the temporary protected status program for Somalis in Minnesota. Somali gangs are terrorizing the people of that great state. Billions of dollars are missing. Send them back where they belong. Send them back where they came from. It's over. President DJT signed off. All right, quick timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Back at it, see if Tom, I believe, hanging in there. Morning, Tom.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Hey, Steve. It's my first time calling in. It's my first time listening to your podcast, and I greatly appreciate you taking my call. I wanted to talk a little bit about Islam, and I live in Michigan, so I'm just a few hours away from where you're at, and what happened in Dearborn, and maybe hopefully educate some of your listeners who may not know my credentials in reference to Islam and Christianity is that I'm a 14-year Bible prophecy student. I've got a Master's of Divinity with Dallas Theological Seminary. I've gleaned from the library of John Walvoord, who was a professor at Dallas Theological Seminary and also a pastor at a church in Dallas, Texas. And I want folks to understand just how serious it is that, and especially with the Somalian information that you just gave to your listeners and what's going on there, the fraud, the money that's being siphoned off of taxpayers and sent over to Somalia to organized terrorist groups, and the recent things that have taken place with Governor Abbott in Texas, making sure that Sharia law is not implemented. The seriousness of this is and it's why most folks don't really understand why, the gentlemen that were involved in the protest in Dearborn, they were enticing violence by what they were doing, the rhetoric that they were saying and what they were doing. Now, to the benefit of the doubt of what they believe in a Christian nation, I mean, they didn't act in the role model of being Christians by dropping the F-bomb and saying all kinds of crazy stuff that would incite Muslims into violence. But their core message and the core things that, especially the gentleman who showed up with 3 or 4 or 5 of them at the city council meeting, is that as a Christian nation founded upon Christian principles and what our forefathers did when they put together the Constitution, they used biblical principles in order to do that. And there's a big debate with the left and progressive Democrats, socialists, about keeping church and state separate. One of the most obvious things that Islam is doing is circumventing our rights as Christians and our freedoms, which are given to us by God, and those that are given to us by the United States. They're using that against us to advance their own ideology and their own beliefs. Now, a lot of folks may think, well, what's so bad? What's so wrong about it? Muslims, they worship God, and most of them are peaceful people. It's only until you actually study the Quran and the hadiths that have been written after the Quran is when you realize that although on the front side they seem to be a peaceful religion, they're far from it. And one of the major things that sends off the red flags and the sirens, and that should also be for every Christian in our country, is that in Book 4 of the Quran, beginning with right around verse 140, 141, it is taught explicitly that Christ never died on the cross, that Mary was lied to, that Jesus was not the only begotten Son of God, and that Allah took him to heaven, and that an impostor took his place. Now, if you take that aspect of their religion and apply that to Christianity, everything that Jesus did for Christians, dying on the cross, raising from the grave, and becoming the sacrifice for Christianity for those who believe in him, take all that away, and there is no Christianity. They teach that the Bible is corrupted. They fall in line with several aspects of what atheists talk about when it comes to Scripture. And in order to convert to Islam, all you've got to do is believe in one supreme being, which is Allah, and that you can convert to Christianity. I firmly believe, based on my studies and based on many other scholars that I study with, that Islam will be the religion of the Antichrist when the Antichrist rises to power. It will be the religion. Biblical aspects of telling us where the Antichrist, where he comes from in the Old Testament, tells us that he'll come from the tribe of Dan, and he'll also come from an Assyrian Jewish background.
Mike, if you can hold the thought, we have to pause there. Got to get a news break in, but we'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Democratic Representative Jason Crow faced tough questioning from Martha McCullum on Fox News after urging service members to defy illegal orders while refusing to state which orders have been illegal.
Donald Trump has made a series of very disturbing comments and suggestions that would violate U.S. law and put our military in terrible position.
Again, we're getting nowhere because we're not talking about an order.
I don't want to wait until that happens to remind our troops of their obligation, because then it will be too late.
Crow cited past strikes in Iran and drug running shifts, but McCallum called the guidance vague and potentially confusing for troops. Former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro was arrested after authorities said he tampered with his ankle monitor and appeared to be plotting an escape ahead of beginning a prison sentence for a failed coup. Brazil's Supreme Court cited a high possibility that he planned to flee. Bolsonaro denies trying to escape and plans to appeal. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Front Lines of Freedom.
Here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we head down the home stretch here on a Monday, let me get back to Mike. First of all, thanks for hanging in there. Thanks for being a first-time caller, shedding some insight on, we were talking the Islamization of the United States. It's having the freedom of religion that we have, which you were saying they're kind of using that in some sense against us because the ultimate goal is to make Islam the only religion. Am I correct in that?
That is absolutely correct. It's, it stipulates it in the Quran. And what's what's really interesting is if you do a deep dive into this, Muhammad didn't even know how to read or write. And so how did the Quran get written? Well, you can interview or talk to a Muslim and they'll tell you that the Quran was written by Allah himself, that it was divinely written.
Okay.
And it's why they're so adamant about their book being so much more accurate than ours. One of the more damning things about the Prophet Muhammad, and why most people, it draws a line in the sand for them, is that he had 7 wives. And his youngest wife was Aisha, and she was 7 years old when he married her, and 9 years old when he consummated his marriage with her. So in modern day times, looking at that makes Muhammad a pedophile, and it makes him a rapist. And that's what draws the line for most people, most Christians, and most, you could call them Christian nationalists, which is what they've been labeled, but folks who have, they don't have a commitment or a strong faith in God. They don't go to church every Sunday, or they don't study the Bible or dive deep into what Scripture has to say, but they do believe in God. They believe that Jesus died on the cross, and they know that Christ is King and He's Lord, and it's how we've believed for a long time. So the deep dive in Islam is, yes, Sharia law. Now they also believe that as we reach these times, my specific background is studying Bible prophecy, and so as we reach these times of the nearness of the return of Christ, which I believe we're at a very imminent threshold of that happening, is that Islam also believes that Jesus will come back. Remember, I stated that in the Quran that Allah took him bodily.
Mm-hmm.
He did not die on the cross. So they do believe that Jesus will come back, and he comes back to actually set the path for the Imam, the 12th Mahdi, who will be basically a reincarnation of Muhammad. And that will be the leader of the world who will demand that Sharia law is implemented. Now, there's kind of a mystery surrounding what most folks have been told about who the Antichrist is. And in study of the Greek, when the scribes were translating Scripture, especially when it was being transcribed for the book of Revelation, that John seen the visions and was told to write these things down. When the scribes when they were translating the Greek from Hebrew, because John would have been a Jew and he would have wrote things in Hebrew, so they would have had to have translated it from Hebrew into Greek. And when they translated the Greek, the number 666 has a specific way it's written in Scripture in the Greek. But there are several scholars that are taking a look at some of the original manuscripts, especially the Dead Sea Scrolls, and one of the oldest Bibles that's still on display in Africa from Coptic Christians. And they've seen that number may not be 666, it could be 616. It wasn't until a gentleman who was a Muslim who converted to Christianity, he looked at the original, the Greek that was translated. He's seen the number 666 in the Greek, and he immediately looked at it and said, that looks almost like the Bismillah of Islam. And if you take the middle letter, or the middle writing of the Greek 666, and you just flip it, it is the Bismillah, where it says there is no other God but Allah. And it's eerie to take a look at it. John would have never known about a man named Muhammad, and it wasn't written in Greek, just about that there was going to be a man that would cause everyone, both rich and poor, free, bond, and slave, to receive a mark. And it goes even a little bit deeper than that. The mark is designated in translation of Greek is like a tattoo and or a banner that could be, that's an identifier that can be wore around the head or around the arm or around the wrist. And that's exactly what jihadists wear with that bismillah on the banner of there is no other God but Allah.
Wow.
So I don't want, personally, I mean, I'm close to, I'm 66 years old. My life's going to be over here more than likely in the next 5 or 10 years. I don't know when the Lord calls me home. I don't know when I'm going to go, but I really do. I'm really concerned for our younger generation. I'm concerned for my kids. I'm concerned for my grandkids. And I think America really needs to get educated in reference to what Islam really is all about.
Yeah.
I posted a link in your YouTube channel, and I'm more than likely the link didn't get seen because typically YouTube channels won't allow a link to be posted in there. But there is a website. It's called, this is changing subjects real quick. It's called Quiver Quaint, QUIVER QUANT, quiverquaint.com. And it lists Marjorie Taylor Greene's exact net worth and her holdings of what she has in her portfolio. Okay. It is a website that is for the public and allows you to view what she has invested in. The dollar amount that she has the most invested in is Taylor Commercial. She has a 51% interest, and that's the business that she owned prior to coming to Congress.
Interesting.
And then she has quite a bit of stuff involved with the U.S. Treasury. She's involved in U.S. Treasury bills. Quite a bit of holdings with Vanguard, Tesla, Berkshire Hathaway, Amazon, Duke Energy, Microsoft. And the last active trade that she participated in was on November 13th of 2025. So she got quite a bit of money tied up in some real estate, about $4 million. It's estimated she has about $3 million in bank accounts. And the lion's share is that Taylor Group or Taylor Corporation.
Commercial.
She has
50.
51%.
I pulled it up. I do not see the link that you tried to share on YouTube, but I was able to type it in there while you were speaking. And yeah, it takes you. I guess they track the wealth of numerous individuals. Yeah, Taylor Commercial. Let's see. I guess she has a 51% interest in that company. So that tops the list. Yeah, like you said, you can go down and dissect it. Bank accounts, money market accounts, certificates of deposit, real estate, non-primary residence, blah, 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 and on down the line. I mean, they track everything. They've got everything as far as your finances there. But estimated net worth, $24.97 million, according to that. It's pretty interesting. All right, let's see what's going on with horse feathers on a Monday. Greatest day of the week.
Yeah, did we get a confirmation on that from Captain Ron this morning?
Indeed we did, out of the box.
All right. Well, as long as we know where we're at with that, so I guess we'll have to figure out what's going on for tomorrow or Wednesday, or which one is. Hey, Mike, I don't know. Are we doing it for your week or my week or Becky's
right.
week or what? What's going to happen with Becky this week? Because we ain't going to be here to do the hay. I don't know.
Yeah, she gets to work all week. I mean, she said the groceries don't stop, right? The groceries have to keep moving.
No, that's it. You know, they got to keep feeding all them people down there at Disney. I mean, if they're going to be there, all the vacationers are going to be at Disney. They got to keep hauling all the food out to them. So I don't know. You got to keep milking the cows and feeding the people, something like that. But so you were talking there a little bit there about the Oklahoma deal there of getting illegal drivers off and ICE and the inspections and that. Did you see that thing about Laramie County there, that they had a big enforcement thing go on, and they were actually out on the state roads where where trucks were actually trying to avoid the weigh stations so that they wouldn't have to go through the inspections. And they took 40 drivers off the road there with that deal.
How about that?
Yeah. So anyways, yeah, I kind of forwarded that to you. I don't know if you caught that one or not.
I did. Yes.
But I guess
don't be trying to bypass the station.
Yeah. So I guess the big thing out here right now, got kind of a new style COVID scare going on, but it's all in the horse industry, the equine. So apparently there's an equine herpes that supposedly lays dormant. It's in all horses, but it lays dormant most of the time. But it's come to be active at this point, and there was a big barrel racing thing that was going on out I guess Texas or Oklahoma, and they've actually lost a couple high competing horses to it, and so they're pretty much into lockdown quarantine, and all the big rodeo stuff is all on hold for the equine side, for the horse side anyways. They're still doing the bull riding and stuff like that, but they're not having any horses transported off any farms, and wherever every horse is at this point out, Texas, Oklahoma, Nevada, Colorado. Colorado's now at a confirmed case, and they're pretty much making everybody stay. Everybody's pretty much staying on their farms for at least the next 2 weeks, I guess, is the incubation period.
Wow.
So if they get past a couple weeks of this, maybe things can start opening back up again. But for people doing horse transports and stuff like that, I mean, I know they do a little bit of disinfecting, but I don't know what the whole thing is. And this the herpes virus is actually transmitted through aerosol, so it's by touch or aerosol, can go from one animal to the next, and I guess it can be carried on other things too. So if you're a groom and handling horses and going from horse to horse, you can actually move it from one to another that way as well. So anyways, I don't know if that'll affect Lauren Weiss at all. I don't know how many places he goes to load cattle that they still use horses to push the cattle and round the cattle up to get them to where they have to be. I don't know if he goes out to enough ranches that way where they do that, whether they might even cut back on transporting cattle off some of these farms because of that too, because you don't want any infection traveling either with the cattle livestock that might be able to carry it possibly, or just even with the transportation vehicles there.
Yeah.
So, anyways, that's kind of the happy news I found out over the weekend there. Other than that, not too much there. Did good with the big light parade. They weren't kidding. They had the streets lined up probably about 6 or 8, maybe even 10 deep in places on the sidewalks for people watching the parade go by. So it was a pretty sizable event up there in Kennett Square, Pennsylvania. So we had a good time with that there. A long day though. Had time getting up there and then getting everything all put together and all the lights put on, and probably could have used a few more lights, but we didn't know what we were going to have to begin with, and first time doing it. So I guess we'll increase what we carry with us for next year. We'll get some more supplies but of course the biggest thing is when you get to the end of the parade, everything you put on before the parade, you got to stop and take off.
Right.
Your Honor, you think it's bad putting your Christmas lights up on your house, and then sometime there in January, if you get a good day, or February, taking them down. Imagine putting them up in the morning, Your Honor, having them on for the evening, and then taking them down at 11 o'clock or midnight. How would that be? I don't know. Anyway,
it's a lot of work in a short time, but yeah, it's because you got colors that aren't allowed on the vehicle, right?
Well, they're just on there temporarily too. I mean, we just got them put on with zip ties and held in place with little pieces of duct tape, and then, of course they're all across where the paint is, and that, so you can't ride them down the highway at a high rate of speed because everything will be rubbing and vibrating and messing up the paint. So everything you put on is all got to come back off there when you get done with it. So, but But that's the parade life, Your Honor. Anyways, but now with that, I guess we'll see where we're at, and I don't know. Maybe we can do a special Hey Mike for you tomorrow. We'll have to think about that.
Yeah,
see where it comes along there.
Tomorrow will be akin to, I guess, Hump Day. All right, back into
thinking about becoming your own boss. Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All righty, not a whole lot of time left. See if we get time to squeeze in, let me see, Tom, I do believe. Morning. What's going on, Tom? Hi there.
Hi, how you doing? I was just calling in about the green lady.
Marjorie, yes.
Grump had called. Yeah, Marjorie, yes. Grump had called in. He basically nailed it. It was basically with the Israel. It went south with Israel when Trump was going to go over there and help Israel out. I guess he turned his back on Trump. And Mark Levin has put Marjorie down. And then this other guy, DML, he's been putting her down. I mean, they just trashed her like there's nobody's business. And then Trump, of course, he's upset with her too. And the moral story is, you read your story about what was going on. The Republicans need to step up. Excuse me. And we're in a world of trouble. I mean, Trump wants to do the nuclear, the one thing where you sign off on it. And the Thorne guy won't work with him.
Do you eliminate?
And then Marjorie also had
talking about eliminating the filibuster thing, the nuclear option.
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, he wants to, and then Thorne won't let him do it. And then Marjorie, on her way out, she said that half the people can't stand Trump, which I believe that. So they're all basically, not all of them, but a lot of them are turned against him. And yeah, Trump doesn't do the most professional stuff at times. But he is our president, and Biden didn't do most of the professional things either. And everybody was quiet about. Well, I don't know about that, but like the shots, if he doesn't do the nuclear, we're in a world of trouble. If people don't see that and believe that, because like our military, if you don't take the shot, I could use another word, but shot, you're out and you're done for. Well, he wasn't lying. He didn't get kicked out. Trump's reversing them now. He's brought them back in. The moral story is we're in a world of trouble. If the people doesn't, like Grump, he's a great guy, very smart man. You couldn't ask for a smarter guy. very bright man. But when he keeps saying Trump needs to keep his mouth shut, that goes right through me, man. You know. But,
okay.
But there we go again. He's a smart guy. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
The man knows his stuff, you know. But that does bug me, man, because Trump, he's our president. He didn't turn his back on us, so why should we turn our back on him?
Right.
You know. Does he make mistakes? Yes, he makes mistakes. But I think Marjorie, she made a point there. She nailed it. A lot of people don't like Trump. And, you know, he's just trying to, you know, do his thing. And then there's that DML guy. And then now, what's his name? Mark Levin. He talks about how good of friends him and Trump are and stuff like that. But now he's been bashing Trump about this Saudi Arabia thing.
Right.
Well, that's a mess, too. But people fail to understand Trump. We got, you know, you can't kick everybody to the curb. And like that New York guy. Trump knows he's going to hang himself. That guy,
right.
He's already run his mouth. But Trump's trying to be nice to him, trying to show him a peace of mind, and the guy's just playing Trump's, you know.
Yeah.
It's all going to end up in, you know. But you nailed it with your story, too, about Republicans need to start fighting back and start standing up with each other. But no, everybody wants to be Mr. Cool. You know, Trump's no good. Trump needs to run his mouth. No, Trump needs to keep running his mouth. And we all need to back him up. And you're the man. If you can get with Thorne guy and tell him to start backing Trump up too, the filibuster. That is kind of a mess. But if he doesn't get that done, it's over. We lost everything. And just like the guy called him before me, Mike, I think it was, I can't touch that. But we are in a world of trouble. You know, but we learned some stuff.
All right, Tom. Well, very good to hear from you. Thank you so much. I got. I guess we could say, is that back to back? Well, almost back to back, because Horse Feathers was in between. First time callers, you're on a Monday. I got your numbers. We'll get you a $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secret products. Was that Tom and was that both? That was Tom and Tom. It was Mike, wasn't it? Okay. With that, we're pretty much out of time here on a Monday. Missed out on the blind man. I think Eagle was trying to get back through there. So, hey, we'll do it again, though. We're going to wrap up a Monday edition. Get ready. We'll see as we roll into a Tuesday. And then, of course, the big travel day coming our way Wednesday leading up to Thanksgiving. Hope you can join us back here at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. We'll do it again, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, obviously coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream. dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.